I'm in Clearwater and I ain't got no damn service. That's crazy. I went to Rainbow Springs Park. It was absolutely beautiful and I couldn't record anything. My Apple iPhone camera wouldn't even open to let me record because I didn't have service. I've never had that happen before. I also pulled out my YouTube app, recorded 2 videos that were over 3-minute long through the creators app and saved them. And then when I went back, they were gone. So I was in the park for like an hour by myself recording these, setting up phones, carrying around a camera stand, you know, and then the videos disappeared. You know, I would beg to say that, like, I would beg that YouTube please fix that. You know, us creators should not have to spend our time and resources to go record stuff and then it just disappear out of our creators app. And I know that that is a huge issue for creators because I hear other people talk about how their hard work disappears. It just sucks. I mean, a 2-hour drive and then another 2-hour drive because there's no service. And it's so frustrating. It's just so frustrating. And I actually have stuff that I need to be doing on my computer for school for Monday. So, already starting off on the wrong foot because of no cell service. There's nowhere for me to even go to plug in my computer. Libraries are fucking closed. And Starbucks, I can't go in there. Can't go in McDonald's and charge my computer. So I don't know what to do. I don't know how I'm going to do this. But I'm going to do it. And nobody is going to stand in my fucking way. So get out of my way or get on fucking board. Because I'm going to school. And I'm going to be fucking successful. And anybody that has a problem with that is evil. Why, you may ask? Because I'm a good person. I don't do evil shit like everybody else out here. That's why. I deserve to be successful because I want to help others. I have no idea where I am. So I've started to realize that no matter how much stuff I post, there's still going to be fucking people. There's still going to be fucking people doing the same shit. I mean, if I go back to prison, I can get an education for free, cut somebody's throat and go do a little bid, come out and start over with a degree. Ain't that sad that I would even debate that? Life is much easier on the inside than being out here with these fools. At least in there's a level of respect that they don't have out here. Don't get me wrong, prison is wild, but you whoop enough ass, you can get your own private cell. That's what I prefer. I spent 18 months in a hole by myself, happy as a tick, away from everybody in society that's evil, petty, childish, immature, backstabbing, two-faced. I can go on. All of the things that I'm not, that I've never been. And that's why they try to destroy me, because I'm nothing like them. And they know it. Now I know it. You know what I mean? Now I know it. This place is pretty, but I don't see no beach. Where's the clear water? You know what's crazy is I just paid both my phone bills, so they both have data. It's not about the data, it's about the cell towers. How does cell towers go down? When would we have lost a bunch of our cell towers? Because we did. We absolutely did. It must have been when they switched to 5G or something, because service has gotten 10 times worse than what it was 2 years ago when I moved into this car. I used to be able to get service in most places. Even in South Florida, like towards the Everglades, I would get service. And then when they switched to 5G, now my phones don't work. And matter of fact, I know they did this because Boost Mobile bought out Dish, or Dish bought out Boost Mobile, and they switched the towers. That was 3 months ago. This whole 5G bullshit was a scam to get everybody to buy a new phone. The cell towers are not working like they used to. Service is much worse than it used to be pre-COVID. I'm not even going to have this discussion with anybody because I'm out here 10 times more than anybody else living in these streets. I travel all over the place, and service has gotten worse in the past 2 years. I just wonder why. What led to this? Was it the switch from towers? Is our infrastructure just that bad? I think so. I think it's a multitude of things. That one I think that one wrong move and we might not have phones. Like seriously, it's that bad. It makes no sense. And Lord forbid my life depended on it and I actually needed a phone. What would I do? Hope that somebody rolled up that wasn't a pervert to help me? Let me get my app. Oh my God, the traffic. Well, I wanted to spend the beautiful day filming at the park, spending time with you guys, and here we are near no beach now. I had to drive an hour south of there where I was because I haven't had service. These are major cities in Florida that I'm driving through. Gainesville, no service. Clearwater, no service. Tampa, no service. Listen to what I'm saying. How is that possible? Verizon Wireless in 3 major cities in Florida, there is no service. I'm sick of it. It's exhausting. Barely had any sleep last night. Had to deal with fucking bullies. Had to turn into a stalker at damn 1 a.m. And then I drive 2 hours to go to this beautiful park so that I can get out there and enjoy the day and have something to do so I'm not wasting gas because it's going to be hot. It's 90 degrees. I get out there and it's a waste. Complete waste. I don't feel comfortable being out there without being on camera because people are evil. If they're coming at me when I'm asleep, what do you think they do when I'm awake? Y'all just don't get it, man. I deal with probably about 20 passive aggressive people a week. People trying to get my attention. People that recognize me off the internet. They come out and try to blow their car horn. And damn, last night they took a rubber mallet and was beating on the side of a trash can for 3 hours. Yeah. You know, yeah. Like I said, I mean, if I cut somebody's throat, I can go get a free education. Brand new car when I get out, too. One way or another, I'm going to school, whether it's out here contributing money back into the economy or in prison. One way or another, I'm getting an education. And nobody's going to stop me, and anybody that's in my fucking way can suck a dick. So get the fuck out the way or get on board. This fucking vape tastes so fucking bad. It's just not even doing what it needs to do. I have on a nicotine patch and it doesn't work. Like, today is just not the day. It's just not the day. Try to quit smoking cigarettes. It's just not, okay? This road's crazy. Is that even legal? I don't know if that's even a legal fucking road. Lord have mercy. Shit. You know, something I've already noticed, it's always some loser too. It's not anybody that has to work the next day. It's always either some like some 20-year-old kid with their friends out there drinking, being obnoxious, doing donuts around my car, spinning tires, leaving black rubber on the fucking road, or it's some homeless person that's trying to mess with me. Isn't that crazy? When I talk about trying to help homeless people, and I'm always rooting for the underdog, it's the underdog that's behaving this way towards me. Isn't that amazing? Interesting. It's the drunks and meth heads that stay up trying to keep me up because they know I got to work out the next morning and I got schoolwork and I'm looking for a job. I caught some guy on camera 2 weeks ago. He said he threatened to kill me or something. And I post stuff like that, and people will still be like, oh, nobody's stalking her. You know, if that's how you feel, I don't fucking need you here. I don't want you here because you're a gaslighter. Just because nobody wants to fuck you, Karen, doesn't mean that I don't have stalkers. The audacity. How many times have I posted stuff with perverts? How many times have men hunted me down off the internet? Remember the guy at Myrtle Beach? He told me he went to every Planet Fitness looking for me. And then I say, oh my God, you guys, like my life's in danger being out here with these crazies. And people are like, you're crazy. You're crazy. You're on meth. So I don't talk about it. Ain't that crazy? I just got to handle it all on my own like I always have. 37 years I've raised myself. And you know, I think I've done a pretty fucking good job because I don't have the lack of morals and values that most of society does. So I think I've done a pretty fucking good job. I have never treated society the way that they have treated me. They have tried to make me out to be the bad guy, but they do that to everybody that's good. They sure do. They sure do. After last night, I got so much joy from that. I'll turn my whole career into bullying bullies. I'll make money off of it every day. You want to stalk me? I'll follow you fucking home, buddy. Let's see how the stalker likes to be stalked. Let's see how easy you rest knowing that I got your fucking address. But see, that's the thing. When I started stalking them, they turned into little vaginas. They were scared. 3 idiots in a truck. And I followed them. And then they pull into a seafood restaurant. It's closed, by the way. I know that whole island like the back of my head. So I parked in the brush waiting for them. You know, them pussies never came out of there. They were trapped on that island half the night because they'd have to go by me to leave the island. And they were too scared to do that because they saw me following them after they stalked me for 4 hours from 8:30 to 12:44 last night. At about 11:30, I decided I was going to follow them. So when all three stooges jumped in the truck and cranked it up and left the boat dock, I followed them. And they pulled into a restaurant trying to act like they were turning off. Well, there's nothing at that restaurant. The restaurant was closed. So I drove up the road and backed into some bushes and waited for them to come down the road so I could follow them, and they wouldn't leave. So you can try to bully me on 2 different cameras, but when I confront you and you become fucking prey, then you turn into a pussy. See, that's how they are. That's why they never confront you. They're too scared. Not one motherfucker has ever come out here and said shit to my face. Not one. But you'll come out and you'll damn blow a leaf blower on my car, aggressively rocking my car in a passive aggressive manner. I think I'm going to have to make an example out of somebody, y'all. So don't be surprised if you hear I'm back in jail. And this time, it was me that did it. And I'll say it because every time I've been guilty, I've admitted guilt. I have no problem with that. See, that's what separates me from the rest of society. I can take accountability and have over and over and over and over. I'm always saying I'm wrong. I'm always saying I shouldn't have done that. I'm always saying I made a mistake. I'm always saying I need to change this. And that's why they hate me, okay? Because they ain't me. They are incapable of doing all of that. That's why they're out at the boat dock drinking and doing meth till 1 o'clock in the morning almost. Don't worry, I'll be back. And I'll be looking for that gold Chevy. 2-door. Late model. Early 2000s. Silver rims. I got a little jingle for your license plate, too. And a full description of all three of you idiots. 2 of you are homeless. You're homeless and you bike around the island drinking all day on bicycles and you want to fuck with me? Okay. Checkmate, bitch. I'll see you in a little while. Imagine being 30, 40, 50 years old out there at a boat dock fucking with a girl for 3-4 hours. So then I moved to my 5th parking spot of the night. And this asshole shows up this morning after I got like 2 or 3 minutes of sleep. The parking lot is completely empty, and he pulls right beside me. Blaring music. He opens 3 doors and the hatch of his car. He's walking around the car trying to peek in my windows. He's walking around his car, but trying to look through my windows. And I have window covers. Yo. He's out there for 30 minutes before I pulled the window covers down. I drove around him like a fucking maniac, putting him on fucking camera. You want to come out and be petty? You better be glad that I'm not your level of petty, because your face would be plastered on the internet right now. But the reason I'm not is because you were black. And you're the first black person to ever behave this way. It's always white people that do this shit. The thousands of interactions that I've had in the past 2 years with people showing up that recognize my truck, wanting to bully me off the internet, this passive aggressive behavior, it's always white people. And they're usually drug addicts. Purple crazy hair, bull nose hanging out their fucking nose, a coexist sticker or a Harris sticker. Like, it's usually the same creeps, okay? Stereotypes exist for a reason. We need to keep them. It keeps us safe. So, it's usually, this was the first black guy. But as soon as I saw him pull out the cowboy hat and the cowboy buckle and he had on cowboy boots, I knew what it was. I was like, this motherfucker knows me from the internet. He's trying to, out here, either trying to start something or shoot his shot. He was walking around a car putting on clothes. But he parked right next to me. And that's what I'm saying. When there is a parking lot with 500 parking spaces, don't be stupid. If they park right beside you, they're clearly trying to get a reaction. It's kind of pathetic that people have gotten so dumb that they can't see things for what they are. But look at the Carmelo Anthony case. There's literal people that think that was self-defense. If that doesn't tell you how crazy the world is, and they try to compare it to Kyle Rittenhouse, who was being chased in the streets, fleeing for his fucking life. I mean, it's crazy. This world has gotten so crazy. It sucks that I just can't go be fucking remote somewhere in the woods. Like, that's where I'm at. I'm so disgusted by human behavior. I'm so disgusted. I don't see this gym. I think I've already passed it. Because I don't have my GPS, because my other phone doesn't work. People be like, oh, she's always talking violence. Yeah, bitch. I got motherfuckers that have keyed my car. I've got a guy that stabbed out my back tire. That's all been recorded. That's all been recorded. Police reports filed. And then people wonder why you're angry and violent all the time. Bitch, how much sleep did you get last night? Because I got like 2 hours. And I'm starving all the time. I'm always hungry. I'm always starving. People can't conceptualize how hard this is because they live in a fancy fucking house and sit on a fancy fucking couch and watch this channel, not being able, they're not listening. That's one thing I hate about fucking YouTube. Nobody listens. They're not hearing you. You know, and I literally last year didn't have a truck for like 2 days. And I was literally walking down the street. People were trying to run me over. I got it all on camera. Two little teenage pricks from fucking Madison. One of them works at the Walmart. He drives a white fucking Challenger with black stripes down the back, and the other one drives a Chevy with a dent in the fucking back fender of the driver's side. You motherfuckers in Madison, I'm gonna be looking for you when I'm back, baby. It ain't over. Checkmate, bitch. Let's see how easy you sleep knowing that I'm gonna be back. And I know exactly where one of you works. I've known that for 8 months. Probably shouldn't have said that. Now he's gonna be really scared. He should be, because I'm fucking crazy. And I ain't had no sleep, and I'm hungry. People like that deserve to burn in hell, and they will. They will. Absolutely, 100% burn in hell. Society's tried to make me out to be the bad guy because society has been treating me this way since I was a child. I was treated this way by teachers in elementary school, and they tried to make me out to be the problem. I'm not the problem. Society's the fucking problem. They have no respect. They don't even respect themselves. Look at them. I'm about to go in here and get all my rage out in this gym. No, why are you telling me to stay straight? No, 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 no. That's not it then. Head northeast on Bruce B. Shh. Shh. Now she's telling me to turn around. I was just about to turn around. Now I need to turn around. I had the opportunity to turn around. That was the turning lane. I could have just busted a U-turn. But Google said to stay this way. So I stayed this way. So now we're going to have to figure out where else we can bust a U-turn. We shouldn't be having these problems in 2025. That's all I'm fucking saying. Thought they were smartphones, not stress phones. All my phone does is stress me the fuck out. So, smartphone my ass. Redonkulous. Well, Rainbow Springs, Florida is beautiful, but you won't get no cell service. So you need to have fucking Starlink if you're going to be out there off the grid, because it is off the grid. Not a payphone, not a gas station. There's nothing out there. It's beautiful. It really is a shame that I couldn't enjoy it. You know, this is my job right now. I have no other income. So to make a 2-hour drive to go somewhere to work on the phone and then not have any, you know, and then go through what I did, it's like my whole work day's been wasted. And now it's just me ranting again. It's like this every time I try to go somewhere. I take y'all with me and then I don't get service. So then I just wasted money. I didn't get to make content and then I'm in a bad mood. And I shouldn't be going through this. It is 2025. I have Verizon Wireless plus an additional cell service. And I'm in the middle of Florida in major cities. Gainesville is a huge ass city. So is Tampa and fucking Clearwater. I can't today. I see why y'all don't use them now. Okay, they're annoying. I get it. Chevy, can we please get some quieter turn signals? That shit's loud as hell. Sounds like a clock on the wall. Those aggravate me too. Am I going to get to go? All I wanted to do was put on makeup, go to the swimming hole. I already had an outfit picked out. I was ready to pack a beach bag. I was so excited. The water was clear. You could see literally through it. Some of the prettiest water I've ever seen. It looked like fucking Bora Bora. It was magnificent. And I had to turn around and leave. After those 2 shorts got deleted, and they weren't shorts, they were videos. They were long form videos. After those got deleted out of my giraffes, I was done. You know, and I'd already been there for 2 hours trying to figure out how to film something. So I'm just out there struggling. I'm over it. I've been through that 50 times this year. I guess that really has me stressing now about school, like how I'm going to do my schoolwork if I'm having this many problems finding Wi-Fi and resources to do schoolwork. Because you can't just post up at McDonald's. You can't just post up at Starbucks. They won't let you. They have a closed door policy. Now, if I spend $10 on a cup of cake, then yeah, I can stay in, you know, for an hour or two and do my work. But when you're doing class from 8 a.m. to you know, 3 p.m., I got to be in that portal, honey. And I got to be hooked on. So it has me stressed. People tell homeless people to get a fucking job and try harder. All I've been doing for 2 years is fucking trying. And I'm not a typical homeless person. Most homeless people want to be homeless. And actually, that's not true. The majority of people that are homeless currently are homeless because they can't afford rent. They did a study last year, and it showed that a good portion of homeless people that are in my situation are trying. But then there's a whole nother like subcategory of those people that are on drugs and alcohol, and they make it absolute torture on the other population that is actually trying. It's crazy. It's like I get it from every fucking angle. Who am I not fighting with? You want to fight this morning? I'm joking. Love you. But for real, it's like, who am I not fighting with? And why does the world have to be so evil? I just, it should not be this hard for me to do the right things. It shouldn't be this hard. And it's not hard for me to do the right things. I do them consistently. But like, it shouldn't be hard to be a kind person in this world is what I'm saying. It shouldn't be hard to do the right things. It shouldn't be hard to help people. It shouldn't be hard to want to devote your life to helping others. But it's extremely hard. It's extremely hard. It's almost as if you want to do good and you want to devote your life to others. Then society takes a shit on you and kicks you and kicks you and kicks you, making it impossible for you to do that. And they chose money. You chose to want to help others. And the rest of society that chose money feels some type of way about it. Probably makes them self-evaluate. We've been over this psychologically speaking. It would probably make them self-evaluate and do self-inventory. Well, why didn't I want to help people? Oh, I look like a piece of shit because I don't want to help people. I went after money. Da-da-da-da-da-da. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I get it, I guess. But like, everybody says they want the world to be a better place. They tell people to be kind, and then they turn around and they act like pieces of shit. Cheat on their wives, steal from their companies, abuse their children. I feel trapped in hell. That's what it feels like to me. Being on this earth with all of this evil absolutely feels like hell on earth to me. I just want to be in a place where people are nice and kind and respect each other and value each other, and they're not fake. They stand up for themselves. They stand up for the people they love. They protect. I'm so sick of this world. It's felt like this my whole life. It's felt like this my whole life. And society has tried to destroy me because I've wanted to do good. It's absolutely crazy. I hate this fucking world, and it feels like hell on earth every fucking day being out here with all of these ignorant, evil imbeciles. I could never treat people the way that they've treated me, and I never have. I don't care what my criminal record says. It's fucking lies. And it was 2009. God, that was like 20 years ago. How many years am I going to get punished for a stupid fucking fight? A teenage fight. Who didn't get in a fucking fight when they were 18? I thought we were all fucking fighting. That's what you do. That's what you do. You're running around damn being a hoodlum. You fucking fight. And they don't nowadays. Now they fucking come out and be passive aggressive. They ain't got the balls to fight nowadays. You know, that's probably the problem, though. If they got punched in the mouth one good time, they wouldn't be out here trying to bully some fucking homeless woman or other homeless people. I see more homeless junkies treating other homeless people like shit. Or some loser that takes offense to the fact that I say that Subarus are fucking idiots on the road. You know what I mean? Like, people take offense to the littlest things, and then they see me and they want to come be fucking petty. Well, one of y'all gonna fucking learn one day. One day you gonna catch me on a day like today where I'm out of fucking patience, and the Lord's done put too much on my goddamn shoulders, and I say, fuck it, I'll take that free motherfucking education from the Department of Corrections, bitch. Why am I stressing myself out? I can go get a free fucking ride. Get the taxpayers to pay for it. Don't catch me on the wrong day. Then they'll be swearing that I'm the bad guy. And I'm like, no, I dealt with it for 2 years. I was screaming for help. I was telling people what I was going through. I was filing the reports. Had my tires stabbed out. I mean, I've been through so fucking much. So when I kill somebody, just know it was not intentional. I was defending myself once again. Or someone else, which is typically the case. I've been to prison twice now for defending other people. Yeah, I hate this fucking world. It feels like absolute torture every day being out here with the same people. You know, I'm actually surprised when somebody's actually nice. People hate themselves so much they just walk around being mean. Usually in the parks and stuff, and out in the streets, most people are nice in Jacksonville. It's the, like, I guess people that find me off the internet or recognize my truck or recognize me. And it's a very small town in Mayport. Everybody knows everybody. I know Jacksonville is a city with 1 million people, but it's kind of broke up into sections, and everybody knows everybody in general areas, like certain areas. So, you know, people just recognize my truck and they just come out, and, you know, it's crazy that I haven't killed somebody before, you know. It really is. It's really, I'm amazed at myself that I have not harmed someone. I am. And it scares me. It scares me a lot because I don't want to go back to prison, but I'm willing to kill somebody to keep myself safe. And I'm sick of going through it. I'm going to end up murdering somebody. And I don't want to. I don't want to hurt anybody else. I don't want to hurt anybody else, but I'm willing to protect myself, and I am. I'm this close. I'm this fucking close from killing somebody. I am. And I don't want to go back to prison. I got kids, and I'm trying to build a fucking career for myself so I can try to somehow fix this fucking situation, and everybody has tried to prevent me from doing that for the past 20 years. So I don't want to go back to prison, but I'm this fucking close. I'm this fucking close. I've kept all of this shit off the internet because everybody just says smile and act happy like everything's okay. But everything's not okay, and it hasn't been okay. And when I kill somebody, they'll be swearing that I was the culprit, that I started it, just like Planet Fitness, even though the manager spit on me. The manager at Planet Fitness spit on me. And I walked away. I couldn't believe it. God, the amount of growth, the years of maturity that I had to take on to do that. I knew in that moment, though, that there was no cameras, and that she was gonna lie, and her little bitch ass Tweedledum was gonna lie, and that if I stomped her ass that I was going to jail. Well, what happened? I walked away and I went to jail for something I didn't even fucking do yet again. Yet again. How many times do I have to go through that for people to realize that I'm actually a good person and it's evil trying to destroy me? How many times? I know I'm angry. You would be too. You can't even put yourself in my shoes, so don't even judge me for being angry. You're not allowed. You're not allowed. Unless you have been living out of a car, completely indigent in this fucking economy for years, then you're not allowed to judge my fucking anger. And my anger comes from a place of caring about your fucking future. I wish people would wake the fuck up, because we're all gonna be where I'm at if shit continues. We're already halfway there. Most of y'all are one paycheck away from living in your fucking car. I need a vape. I can't do this today. I feel like the girl version of Tommy Robinson all the time. Only difference is people actually listen to him. I am angry, and I'll continue to be angry, because that's what gives me strength to pick myself up and keep fighting. My anger is what keeps me going. My anger has done more for me than any other human I've ever met, so I think I'm gonna stick with the anger. Every person I've ever come in contact with has tried to hurt me, harm me, use me, sexually assault me. And people are like, why are you single? Because y'all are all the same. And I'm not saying just men, I'm saying humans. Humans are all the fucking same. Where's the gas station? I'm about to go buy a vape. I can't do this today. I'm tired of being nice. I'm exhausted from being nice. I'm exhausted from turning my cheek. I'm exhausted from doing what the Lord wants me to do without receiving any fucking reward for doing it. It's like, why am I doing this again? I forget sometimes. I forget I'm a good person sometimes. I forget that I'm, going through this struggle to try to help others one day. I do. Because it'd be easier just to be a fucking piece of shit. Because, God, I did that for a decade, maybe longer. I already don't like it here. It's too spread out. There's not going to be resources. I'm going through gas like nothing. I mean, I have my shower here. But it's way too spread out. Jacksonville is so close together. Everything is so close together. It makes it a lot easier. With these major cities, you don't want to have to be driving 2-3 hours a day just going to the bathroom and getting food. That's going to be expensive. And when everything's 15 to 20 minutes apart one way, that turns into a 40-minute drive just going to find a bathroom, which cost me about $20 a pop. Jesus. Let's go get a vape. I'm losing my mind today. Today is not the day that we can quit smoking. We tried. I think I'm going to have like financial stability before I can attempt to fucking quit smoking. People put too much fucking shit on me. Those are the exact type of people I'm talking about. Those trolls are the type of people that would be hunting me down. On here. So take that and amplify it. Do you not think that if people recognize, do you not think that if they didn't talk shit on here, that they went and act like that in public? It's the same people. It's the same people in different bodies with the same behavior. Thank you, Michael. I gotta use the bathroom. So I'm gonna be honest with y'all about something in a second. So I had this person that reached out to me on the internet. Because, you know, that's safe. You know, that's tried and true. You know, it's just so safe to meet people off the internet. You like the back of my dress? Ain't it cute? It ties up. Look at my back from the working out I've been doing. I don't know if you can see it. My back looks really good from the rowing and stuff. Anyways, I gave this dude my number, right? Shit. And I was letting him text me. He was like courting me, you know, that's technically what they call it, courting. It's when you just text and you get to know somebody and you talk on the phone, and it's kind of more of an old school way of dating. Oh no, y'all, I don't even see any views. This is Walmart store. How do they not have them? Do y'all carry the Views?
The Views?
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
The Views vapes here.
Vapes?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. You too. Oh, yep. Damn it. You gotta be shitting me, Holmes. This is why I never leave my stomping grounds. It's a joke, Brooke. God's playing jokes. God's got jokes. Where's that freaking vape? There's one in here. I just don't know where it went. Of course I don't. Do I ever have my shit together? No, because I live out of a car. Sorry. Let me put you up here. Just hold it together for a minute, please. Where did that little thing go? It's gotta be in here. I had it at the park, and then I was in a rush to leave to get out of there. My whole ass is hanging out, but don't worry, I have on shorts. At this point, I need a damn joint. Okay, it's not in here. These little tears of mine, I'm gonna let them cry. All right, well, this is lovely. I'm stuck in the state of Florida with no access to nicotine. What in the ever-loving fuck? Sorry, I'm sorry to use bad words, but I can't help it. I literally cannot. My ADHD, you're asking too much of. There it is. Betty, shut it. It's ridiculous. I'm literally sweating so bad from withdrawals from nicotine. And I've been hitting that other vape. But, like, you don't understand. Is it normal to sweat heavily from nicotine withdrawal? Yes, heavy sweating. Fuck. Well, that, I didn't know that. Nobody tells me that. Everybody says, quit smoking. You quit fucking smoking and mind your business. Smoking's what keeps these motherfuckers safe, okay? 100%. This is crazy. So anyways, back to what I was talking about. Gave this person my number. And, I don't know. It's just, I don't even know where to begin. I'd have to charge my computer to look at my notes. I've been keeping notes for the last 90 days. I guess it started with the gaslighting, and then the lying, and then the manipulation. And it's like, it's crazy. It had me thinking last month. You know when the gaslighting starts. You do. When you jump into a friendship or a relationship or something like that, you know when the gaslighting starts. You can feel it. It's like one argument. I know, I'm trying to get out too, buddy, and these assholes. Go on, dude. For instance, how many videos have I posted about perverts being perverts in the wild? It's going to happen when you live out of the car. How many videos? Dozens. How many interactions? Oh my God, these people, come on. Jesus fucking Christ, I can't. Oh my God. Dude, this is the worst fucking gas station parking lot ever. What was I about to say? Oh, how many shorts and videos have I posted with men harassing me, showing up, trying to get my attention? I've had guys peek through my windows. I had another guy stab my back tire out. I had another guy key my car door. I had another guy hunt me down at Myrtle Beach. He went to every single Planet Fitness in the area. He said that he had been looking for me. He actually made physical contact with me. Like, he come up to my car. My window was down about that much. It's crazy that I've filmed all of this for the past almost year and a half. And I start talking to this guy, give him my number. I was like, okay, if you want to court me, whatever. So we were just friends, never even met him. And I would tell him, because I wasn't telling you guys about the bullying, harassment, and everything that I've been going through, I was telling him about it. And one day he says, do you think you're paranoid? And that was the moment that I realized that he was a very manipulative gaslighter. I've showed you the evidence. I tell you every day about what I have to go through. But you're interested in me. You like me. And I tell you everything I'm going through. And instead of having my back, giving me support, you gaslight me. So that was really the moment that I realized that, absolutely not. I could never. The first phone conversation, you'll get a kick out of this. The first phone conversation, apparently his children's mother abandoned her children for drugs. I've never done that. I would never abandon my children for drugs. And for some reason, this fool kept saying, oh, you remind me a lot of her. She's still a junkie. She didn't ever get clean. She ain't trying. She don't have no damn dreams of going to school and helping other people. I'm sorry. What? You know why? Because she used to be a stripper and I used to be a stripper. Yeah, and I'm sure she enjoyed getting fucked up the ass in VIP. Never have I ever. The whole reason I left stripping is because I refused to sell my body. It's just so weird to me how something like that will make people who have had trauma bond. I'm not capable of that. I run from that type of behavior. That was the first phone conversation, homie. The first phone conversation. You know, and sometimes you like to write people off as being nervous. So that's what I did. I was like, maybe he's nervous. Maybe he didn't mean what he said. I noticed he kept making fake accounts. Like, what is going on? This is weird. Are you married or something? Your wife going through your phone? Why do you keep creating fake accounts? What is going on? It's weird, okay? It's weird. Most of us have one fucking YouTube, and we don't have fake accounts. And anytime I would ask, he would gaslight and say that I blocked him when I never did. And any accounts that I couldn't even keep up. So when he kept popping up, I didn't know who the fuck he was, and I keep blocking him. I blocked him the first 3 times, and then he created 2 or 3 more profiles. Those last 2 or 3 profiles, he made new profiles and claimed that I blocked him when I never did. Yeah, the first 2 or 3 times that I didn't know who you were and you were running your mouth, yeah, I blocked you. But after that, once we got acquainted and we talked on the phone and I could better understand you, no, I never blocked any of those accounts. And he kept saying I blocked these accounts, and I didn't. And it was lies. So we got lying, we got gaslighting, we got lack of concern. Do I need to keep going? Who wants to even think about dating somebody that doesn't care about their well-being? What's the point? I'll go date my fucking enemies. God. What is the point of dating someone that you cannot trust? I should just go date my fucking enemies. If it don't make sense, it's not fucking true. Lying ass sons of bitches. Gaslighting. Ain't nothing like your fucking ex. So here's the crazy part. The whole paranoid thing, when he asked me if I was paranoid. So let me get this right. You want to fuck me, but you can't believe that other people want to fuck me. Huh? How does that work? You like me. You think I'm attractive. You want to have sex with me, but it's too far-fetched to think that other people might want to too. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm living in the twilight by myself. I'm alone out here. A lone angel out here with Satan's worst. God will send you the person that you need one day. You've got to be patient and learn to love yourself. It's crazy. So I gave it 90 days and then I blocked him. I get to know people before I give them an opportunity. And for some reason now, people think that you can get to know somebody over text messages. That is preposterous. That's crazy to me. Just like people downloading Tinder and hooking up. It's crazy. It's like, are you trying to get yourself killed? Are you trying? Do you have a death wish? Like, stop trusting people. Most people are not good, and I'm not trying to sound cynical. I'm being statistical. I'm being science-based. I'm being psychologically based in fact. Stop allowing people to have access to you, especially after they've already shown you who their true colors are. People really show you how much they care when you're really going through it and they're nowhere to be found, or they're calling you paranoid. When you've literally verified this, you've documented this for 18 months. So then I block him. Then he sends me money. So then I sent the money back. People just will never be able to conceptualize who I am. I didn't want your fucking money. I wanted you to care. I wanted you to love me like I love myself. But no, I got paranoid. I got called paranoid when I've already filled out 50 something police reports in 18 months. This is documented through the court system, through the law, the strong arm of the law. It's just crazy. And it's part of the reason I'm single, because everybody I've ever dated did the same fucking thing. They would gaslight me. What I think it is they know your worth, but they don't want you to know your worth. So they gaslight you to make you doubt your fucking self, so you feel fucking crazy and you feel like you have to depend on them. That's exactly what it is. Well, listen here, baby. I've been crazy for a long time. There's nothing you can do to make me any more crazier. See through the fucking bullshit. It's just crazy. You want to see the best in people, and then slowly but surely they show you who they really are, and that's why I don't date. I court, and if we can make it past that 90 days of courting, and I know that you are honest, real, loyal, respectful, caring, kind, you got all these qualities that I'm looking for, then maybe we could meet and date, go on a few dates. But we didn't even make it that far. I ain't even been able to make it that far in 3 years. No, 4 years. Everybody I try to talk to is on some immature. And I almost wonder if people don't realize that they're being toxic. You ever had a gaslighter that was so good they make you question your own reality? I mean, that's what gaslighting is for. But you question their reality if they even recognize that they're doing this behavior. I really wonder if people are just so used to behaving a certain way that they don't even recognize that their behavior is unacceptable. I really wonder, because it doesn't make sense why people would keep doing the same shit over and over. That's insanity. It's very concerning that someone would seek me out just because I used to be a stripper. That is alarming. And then to keep comparing me to a stripper that was something else. She wasn't just a stripper, but whatever. It's crazy. That was the first phone conversation. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? I can't see. Oh, God. I don't need to see. It's the same damn shit. That's a good question, Veronica. The guy texted me off of here, and I've talked to one guy in over a year and a half. So that backhanded comment that you tried to slip in there because you're a whore and you're projecting right now, I'm not listening to that. This guy contacted me through my email at the top of my page. I don't need you anyways. Nobody wants you here. Your attitude is negative. You live in a fucking house, bitch. You can't even conceptualize what homeless people have to go through. You're in my comment section spreading hate. Get missing. Get missing. Yeah, so this guy contacted me through my page. He sent me an email and he said, "Hey, I want to be your friend and help." What have I told y'all? I'm so glad we've been here before so we can do this again. You don't need everybody's help. You're better off being homeless with no food, no water, and no resources than having your psyche re-injured from trauma. You are better off being homeless, jobless, carless, on the streets than being in a toxic environment that is going to re-injure your psyche. So I blocked him. It's ridiculous. I've been through so much stress from the past 3 months of just trying to talk to this person. If it's stressful, even trying to talk to them, what do you think the relationship's going to be like? Or what do you think the friendship's going to be like? If you can't even have a normal friendship, that's what courting is for. That is to figure out if someone likes you and you like them and y'all are compatible. See, that's where people lack out here, and that's why the divorce rate is up 40%. Because nobody courts anymore. Not everybody is compatible. More often than not, you're not compatible. So courting is to see if you're compatible. And that is what I do. And that is what I've implemented for about 5 years now, 4.5. So didn't even make it 90 days. First week, it was drama. Second week's drama. The comparing me to the ex that I'm nothing like. The gaslighting, the lying about the accounts being deleted when I never deleted them. I mean, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. And I noticed that it started to snowball. And I think the moment that I realized that I was in over my head was when he asked me if I was paranoid. And that's the moment I realized. I said, oh, wow, he's a gaslighter. He's a gaslighter. After everything I've filmed, all the interactions I've had, all the police reports I've had to file, you're attracted to me. That's why you're talking to me. That's why you're helping me. In hopes of getting something. And you gaslight me and ask me if I'm paranoid. You're attracted to me, but it's hard for you to believe that other people are too, and that they would go out of their way to intentionally mess with me because I won't give them attention. That was the moment I realized he was a gaslighter and toxic. And that was about a month ago. And today, he said, you're just having a bad day. And that was the moment that I realized that he has never been on my level. He'll never be able to understand how hard this is and what I go through. He can't even conceptualize it. He owns a business, you know. So, yeah. He'll never be able to conceptualize it. When he said, you're just having a bad day, I almost chunked my phone out the window. A bad day? Is that what we're calling this? The past 2 years, it's just a bad day. The past almost 800 days have just been a bad day. I can't do it. I can't be with somebody like that. I can't even talk to somebody like that. They're not on my fucking level. It's exhausting, and it has been. And it's actually stolen my joy, and I don't like that. So I blocked him, and I'm not dealing with it. This is exactly why I'm single, because if you don't add to my life, I don't need you in my life. I have enough stress. I have enough problems. I have enough bullies. I have enough men out here trying to have access to me. I don't need that. If you're not making me feel better about myself, and I don't need you to do that, but when you're in a relationship, you're supposed to be affectionate, loving, kind. You're supposed to boost your spouse up. You're supposed to help them help themselves, and that's what I have to offer someone. So why is it that I keep running into people that are incapable of behaving like adults? That's what it is. That's what it is. The bare minimum to my heart is to act like an adult. If I'm having a bad day, how dare you get on the phone and make a joke about my situation? That's another thing he used to do. Y'all ever try to talk to somebody and they want to laugh and hee-haw about serious shit because they don't know how to communicate properly? Because that's what it is. Let me tell you. If you've ever tried to have a real conversation with somebody and then they want to make jokes in your time of need, or when you're going through something, or when you're trying to have a real conversation, you're dealing with a highly immature person. They got a joke and he and ha ha. And you're like, wait a second, I just lost my job. And they're like, oh, but you'll find another one. Don't worry. Fuck that job. Like, you're not listening. If I don't have a job, then I don't have a home. And, this puts stress on my life. And they're like, oh, you just need a drink. Da 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 da. I don't know. Like I said, I'm looking for sophisticated, intelligent, well spoken, caring, kind, listens, the ability to listen. When I tell you that my life is in danger, I don't just mean mine. I mean everybody else is in danger too. Because when I say that my life is in danger, I mean like my future. Like, these situations are going to lead to a situation that leads me back to behind bars. So for me to even express these things to you, I'm asking you for help in the situation, and you're sitting here calling me paranoid or laughing about a situation like a high school child. Yeah, I had to block. I couldn't. I can't. I've kept my mouth shut long enough. I was patient. I was kind. I was nice. I I don't think that people realize how toxic they are. I really don't. I don't think they realize how toxic they are. I think that it's normal to them to behave the way that they do. I really do. I see so much of it. So many people behave the exact same fucking way. So many. Crazy. Sorry, y'all. No, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Jimmy. The amount of times, thank you, Jimmy. The amount of times that he brought up sex was unbelievable. One time he got me on the phone and he says, "Do you ever just need a release?" A release? What are you talking about right now? Because you sound like you're turning into a pervert. I said, "I've had a hard day. It's 95 degrees outside and I haven't eaten. What are you talking about right now?" And then one time he texts me and he's like, "Do you ever crave intimacy?" No, I don't. No, I don't. Because I have a life to fix. Because I have schoolwork to do. Because I have a gas tank to fill. Because I have a job to get. No, I don't. Intimacy is what fucking put me in this situation. You know? You know? And intimacy is what put you in your situation, as I recall. It's like you knew what led to you being unhappy, but instead of making different moves so that you might have a better outcome to be happy, you just stay on that same fucking toxic path of bullshit instead of changing that behavior so that you can actually be happy. It's like people want to be miserable. If they didn't, they wouldn't be implementing the same idiotic, imbecilic behavior that they did in the last relationship. This is the difference between me and other people. See, if I have a relationship, I learn from that relationship. I change. I better myself. I focus on me. And then when I'm in a good place, I might start courting again. But right now, with this dating scene being what it is, hell no. This is crazy. And like I said, we weren't dating. We were trying to become friends. And it was damn near impossible. I was so stressed out the whole time. It's like, it's the same shit. Different day. Same shit, different day. People will come into your life claiming that they want to help you. But they don't really want to help you. They want what they want from you. And at the end of the day, they are self-motivated towards a goal, something that you have. Usually sex if you're a woman. Usually sex if you're a woman. Who donated to me? Thank you. Sorry I missed that. Where's it at? Oh God, y'all. Some of these comments. Anything sexual or perverted will be blocked. See, y'all see what I'm talking about? Listen to me. This is a perfect example. I'm talking about why I choose to be single, and look at the perverts in the comment section not listening. That's the type of man that comes into my aura, okay? Like vicinity. The same kind that I have to deal with out here that stalk me. Convince folks they are sinners when the sin, I don't get it. I know exactly what I'm talking about. If you take offense to it, then you are exactly the type of person that I'm talking about. People always take offense and they tell on themselves. They absolutely tell on themselves. Why would you get mad? Let me think about this. Hold on. Let me cook. Why would you get mad that I tell people to be faithful in their relationship unless you're a cheater that likes to gaslight and cheat on people? See, they take it personal and they tell on themselves. Everybody that has said something negative is the exact type of person that I'm talking about right now. And I love it. I love it. Speaking, I shall receive. Hey, Andrea. Hello, hello. Toxic parents are just as bad. My parents were toxic. That's why I ran away from home at 16. Yep. Parents was the start of the toxicity. My parents conditioned me to be in relationships with toxic people, and that's exactly how it works, psychologically speaking. You are conditioned from an early age to accept what you receive. If that was yelling, screaming, getting hit, if you witnessed your mother get cheated on time and time again, you're either A, going to allow somebody to cheat on you time and time again, or B, you're going to be the cheater that cheats time and time again. It's basic psychology, human behavioral patterns. It's what I'm good at. I'm getting better, clearly. It only took me 90 days to figure this one out. I have so many projects, I ain't got time for a relationship. Me too, David. Me too. Me too. Why do I want somebody that's going to stress me out? Gaslight me, lie to my face, come up and try to manipulate. I can deal with that from strangers on the street. That's enemy behavior, not lover behavior, not partner, long-term committed behavior. That's crazy. I think that people think that toxic, it's normal. And it's took me 4 years to realize it's not normal. And now I can see the red flags coming down the pipeline. As soon as so what happened was I had some people stalking me. I think it was last month. It was some random kids in a car showed up early morning, wouldn't let me sleep. I went to a different parking spot. Listen to this shit. I went to a different parking spot and a different car pulls up starting shit. So I leave there and I go to Walmart. Another car pulls up and starts shit. So I'm like, oh my God, this is unbelievable. At this point, it's like 3, 4 in the morning. I'm exhausted. Y'all know I like my early bedtime. I keep a normal schedule because I'm a normal person striving towards success. So I finally get somewhere and go to sleep. And the next morning I text this person and I'm like, yeah, I had an absolute hell of a night. Da 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 da. And I was telling him everything that I had to go through. And he hits me with, could you be paranoid? Someone that invalidates you like that, stay away from somebody like that. When you know the truth is the truth, that is the start of gaslighting. What it is he feels some type of way about all of these guys having the hots for me and bothering me. And so he's trying to devalue me psychologically by making me question my own reality so that I will turn to him as a savior. Been here, done this several times. Like I said, I'm getting better at picking up on these behavioral patterns. Never allow someone to make you question your own reality. You know what is true. You know what you saw. You know what you felt. You know what you witnessed. Stop allowing people to lie to you and then convince you otherwise. That is the start of gaslighting. And most of us remember the first time that this happened. Just like I remember the first time that this guy said it. Most of us remember the first time, the first argument. For instance, let's say you and your man go out on a Friday night. You sneak off to the bathroom. He's at the bar getting drinks, and you notice that he's talking to a woman. And you see him slip her a little card. You come over and you're like, what's that? And he's like, oh, it's nothing. You're like, I saw you slip her a piece of paper. He's like, oh, no, it was a napkin. But you know that it was a card with his number on it. Walk away. You saw what you saw. You know what you know. Walk away. Stop accepting this subpar psychological. It is psychological, and it's not even subpar. It's level 10 psychological torture from people that have not done the hard work on themselves, because people that are working hard on themselves don't even behave that way. They don't. I've met good people that don't behave that way. And you know what? You know how they got there? By working hard on themselves, taking time, learning to love themselves, investing in themselves. My husband passed away about 13 years ago, and I've been on only one date, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I do have to admit that the one date was very nice, but when you marry your childhood sweetheart, it's hard to re-fall in love, I'm sure, after that. I'm so sorry, Deborah. I know, Andre, and I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you. People are so toxic and they thrive off of it. They really do. That's another thing that I noticed is that there were times that he would be trying to get a reaction out of me. And I could tell that he liked getting a reaction out of me. Stay away from people that want to control your emotions and use your emotions against you. That's not your friend. That's not love. You might as well go marry your damn high school bully. It's detrimental to your soul and your spirit and your well-being, and it breaks you down and it destroys your soul. And then at the end of the day, you're left in a fucking depressed mess, wondering why this person sought you out to harm you when they said they loved you. It's crazy. It's crazy. And like I said, I don't even think most people realize that they're toxic. I don't think that they realize they're toxic. I think that it's learned behavior, and they've implemented it in probably every relationship, not learning that that's why they're single. I've been out here for 18 months, literally scared that I'm going to have to execute somebody and spend the rest of my life in prison. And if you're trying to get to know me, then you get to know the ins and outs of my daily life and what I have to struggle through. And when I come to you with that and you ask me if I'm paranoid, that told me you're not a healthy person. Either you're blind or dumb. I mean, you know, he knows. He knows. It was gaslighting. It was gaslighting. It was gaslighting. Lust, that's another thing. Do you ever crave intimacy? No. Intimacy got me here. What part of I have CPTSD do people not understand? I've said this. I might not ever be able to have a relationship because I can't even make it past the communication stages. Nobody can even communicate and attempt to get to know me. Everybody has this surface level, how's your day? Good morning. What is that? It's fake is what it is. It's like common courtesy. Good morning. Not, hey, did you deal with any bullies last night? Did you have any problems last night? Did anybody, come through and try to mess with you? Never. Not one time. Not one time did I ever receive a concerning text message. Not one time. And I'm out here fighting for my life every day. Every day. And people don't even realize it. People will never, I'll never be able to conceptualize it for other people. And you have to live it to understand it. Once you are homeless and people know you're homeless, they're going to be coming after you because you're already at the bottom and you are easy prey. How many people have died this year that were homeless? They were killed by bullies. The one was set on fire on the fucking subway. People see shit like that and then they want to call me paranoid. Grow the fuck up. And that poor woman, she was sleeping. And people will still sit there and say, oh, people aren't evil. Most of the people are good. You're a fucking liar. You're lying to yourself. You're lying to your kids, and you're doing them a disservice by lying to them. Most people are self-motivated, and they only care about what they care about, what they want in that moment. Instant gratification. No one will ever love you the way that you can love yourself. Plain and simple. And if someone comes along and you can tell that they don't respect you like you respect yourself, then you block them and you ditch them. Quick, fast, and in a fucking hurry. Even if that means that you might lose your truck next month. I don't care. I don't care. The reason I don't live in $1 million house is because I walked away from the same behavior from a different guy. It's like people think that they can throw money in my face and I'll behave the way that they want to. When are they going to get that I will never conform? When are they going to get it? I didn't want money from you. I wanted respect. I wanted honesty. I wanted loyalty. I wanted a friendship. I wanted, a connection with somebody. And for almost 3 months, this person showed me that they were incapable of doing that. And every time I had a problem, they would gaslight me into thinking that I didn't have a problem when I absolutely had a problem. Running on no sleep. It's just crazy. It's like, wow, this is why I'm single. This is why I'm living out of a car. Same people, different day. I'm not even shocked. I knew it was coming because the whole paranoid thing was like a month ago or maybe 2 months ago. It might have been about a month and a half ago. He's like, "Are you sure you're not paranoid?" And this was at the exact time that that bullshit Reddit feed was popping off. So, like, I knew that he'd been reading that shit, listening to these idiots. Man, people just disappoint, don't they? Yeah, so I already knew it was coming. Today was the nail in the coffin, though, when he said, "You're just having a bad day." A bad day? Whoo, God. That, I mean, listen to what people are telling you. When he's telling me that I'm having a bad day, that's him telling me, that's him letting me know loud and clear that he doesn't give a fuck. Because he doesn't get it. And if he sat down for 2 seconds to conceptualize and actually try to close his eyes and put his shoes in my shoes, put his feet in my shoes, that whole thing would have been completely different. But the lack of being able to do that led to me blocking him because I'm not getting stressed out over this shit. It's caused me so much stress. So much stress. I feel like I've been trapped. I feel like I've been trapped. That's exactly how I felt. Trapped. Knowing it was going nowhere because he's incapable. He's a gaslighter. He's toxic. A liar. Man, so about a month ago, he switched accounts and he comes back in and then he texts me and says, "That's another thing. I forgot about that." I forgot about that. Hold on. So then, fuck, I forgot about that. So he pops up in the chat and then he says, then he disappears with a whole new account. And when I questioned him about it, he said that I blocked him and I never did. And that was really weird. And we talked about that for like a day. And I let it go. I said, "I know I didn't block him. He's lying. I know I didn't block him. He's lying." So then, not too long ago, 2 weeks ago, it happened again. And when I questioned him about it, he said I blocked him again. I never blocked him because I knew his name by then. It was a gaslighting. Gaslighting. Oh, I'm handling freedom just fine. I've been free for quite a while. I just, so then there was this other time. God, let me think. I was about to tell you and I completely forgot. Oh, I would be on live showing you guys my phone. And I wouldn't hear anything from him for 4 or 5 hours. That's another thing. He goes missing a lot. He was missing all day yesterday. Weird. Okay. Whatever. So, you're not my boyfriend. Whatever. But I pay attention to that. Because what? Is he married? I think he is. That would be my best guess. He's probably married. So, I know he has kids. And he says he's a single dad. How many of us ladies have heard that? I'll wait. How many of y'all have heard that? So that was why I didn't trust him to start with, because the account's changing and then he would go missing and it was just weird. Okay, listen to your gut. So then, what was it? Shit. I'm so stressed out I can't even think. Oh, then I would be on live with you guys and I'd be showing y'all like a crime scene photo or something and I wouldn't have heard from him in hours. And all of a sudden, when I hold my phone up, all of a sudden he's texting me, but he's also in the comment section commenting. So he was watching the live and he saw me lift my phone up. And then he texts me so that his phone number and name comes up on my screen on live. Yeah. Games. What, you trying to mark your territory? You trying to let everybody know you're talking to me? Well, I'm telling them now. It wasn't that I was trying to hide you. It's that I was trying to get to know you. God bless you. I never met him. I never met him. And honestly, after he called me paranoid, I never planned on it. That gaslighting, I'm not dealing with that in 2025. I'll never deal with that again. I might have accepted that when I was a 16-year-old child. I'm not a 16-year-old child anymore. It's exhausting dealing with the same type of people. It really is. It's like people just want to have access to you, and then they'll stress you out, and they don't give a shit that you're homeless. They don't give a shit that you're broke and hungry. They don't give a shit that you're out here really trying to make a difference in the world. They just want what they want from you. They want to stress you out, make your day harder, and then, I mean, you really do have to protect yourself out here. And the best way to do that is to cut people out of your life left and right. You're going to meet a lot of people in this world, and the best thing you can do is show them the door when they start showing you their toxic side. And honestly, I allowed it to go on because I hadn't known how I was going to pay my truck payment. And this brings me to another point. This is exactly how women get stuck in financially abusive relationships. See, we would have an argument, and then he would send me money. He'd gaslight me, and then he'd send me money. Just like my ex that lived in the $1 million house. They think that they can have power and control over you by controlling your finances, and they absolutely can. And they get you trapped into that situation. Well, I'm not dealing with it. I'm not dealing with it. See, my ex, I actually loved him very much, and he taught me a very brutal lesson in learning to love myself. And now that I love myself, I will never allow anyone else to disrespect me ever again. And I'm willing to lose everything because I already have. It's part of the reason I'm homeless is because I left him. So, and that was 6 years ago. So it was 5 years ago because it was right before I got clean. So I left him and I chose to get clean. I could have stayed in that $1 million house and done drugs for the rest of my life, but I wanted to be clean for my children and for myself. So I chose to leave and I got clean. And I've been single since. And I'll stay that way until somebody comes along that's talking sense and not trying to control me or manipulate me with money. And that's exactly why I sent that money back to him. I told him to have a nice life that I was no longer interested in. I blocked him. And then he sends me a Cash App money and I sent the money back. You're not listening. I didn't want your money. I wanted you to listen. I can get money from all kinds of men. Well, if I'm willing to bend my morals and values. But you know what I mean. I wanted a friend. I wanted somebody to, somebody's shoulder to cry on when I'm out here getting bullied. Because God knows if I share it on the internet, it just gets worse. So imagine that. Imagine getting bullied every day, few times a day, no sleep, getting harassed, having your property destroyed, going to jail for crimes you didn't do, and you ain't got nobody to talk to about it. Because if you share it on the internet, then those behaviors get worse, putting you more at risk for having to stab somebody and go back to prison, protecting yourself. And it's like I've been damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't. And then this motherfucker pops up acting like he wants to be damn Captain Save-A-Ho. And he's playing games the whole time. The whole time. I guess because I don't implement that behavior into my life, I'm able to recognize it, and I've always been able to recognize it. I can feel toxic. I can feel it when you start to act it. I mean, like, I can feel it from afar. It's crazy. I can be in a busy parking lot like this with people around, and all of a sudden I'll feel the negative energy coming from one way, and I'll turn around and look, and sure enough, there's somebody staring at me trying to start some shit. How is my intuition that good? Because I've been out here dealing with it my whole life. My life is no different now than it was when I was 6 years old in foster care. I was still in survival mode then, fighting for food, getting locked in basements and beat and sexually molested. My life is no different now than it was when I was 6 or 5 or 2 or When it's always been the same. I've always just been fighting to do good because that's all I want to do. One thing's for sure is my mind is set on school and my goals, and I'm going to school with or without help. And I guess that's what's different today than before. I always felt like I had to get my ducks in a row before I could just jump in and go to school. Well, if I don't go now, then it's never going to fucking happen. So we're going now because I'm enrolled. I have a computer and I'm going to school. As is a student. So I feel like in the past, I kept waiting for the right moment, waiting to get out of a relationship or waiting to be allowed to go to school because I've dated people that wouldn't even let me work or go to school. My ex, so that lived in the house, so that I was just talking about. So he wouldn't let me work. He made me quit working, and it's power and control. Stop thinking that money makes happiness. It doesn't. I lived in $1 million house. I had everything that I could want and need, and I was the most miserable person that I've ever been in my life. I was on drugs. You know, and of course he pumped me full of drugs. Always woke up, there'd be drug money on the fucking dresser for my day. I look back now and it's like I was a rat trapped in a maze, you know? Waking up, doing the same damn routine. I mean, really, I was in survival mode, thinking that I would get clean, thinking that I'd eventually go back to school, but that would have never happened with him. And I think once I got clean, I realized that. Y'all were with me for that. Remember we went up there for 4th of July one year? And he got mad I wouldn't have sex with him and called the law on me? Remember? Y'all were with me for that. That's all on camera. It was in Washington, D.C. I think it was like year before last. So, yeah. That's the type of people that come into my aura. People that'll be like, I want sex right now. Punching their fist. Like, okay, crackhead. Okay. Like, weird. Like, I look back on the disrespect that I've received and allowed to happen. I mean, that's what you're doing. You allow it to happen because you should just walk away. Exactly, John. That's exactly what it is. Thank you, Hugo. I'm glad to see you're doing well. Happy Saturday. Just because you want to bone Ken Mathers doesn't mean that I look like her. Ew, why would you want to bone her? Congratulations, Gary. 3 years. It was heroin. It was heroin. Black tar, not fentanyl. I feel like I need to be specific because fentanyl is trash. I mean, it's all trash, but the addiction with fentanyl is nothing in comparison to black tar heroin. Much different drugs. Much different. I always have mad respect for anybody that comes off of heroin, but more in particular tar. That's a whole different drug, man. I really don't know how I didn't. I mean, I did die. I died over half a dozen times. So I guess God wants me here for a reason because I'm still trapped in this mofo with all these damn evil people. It's really frustrating. It really does go to show that it's much easier to follow Satan's path. You know, I heard something the other day. It said the road to heaven feels like hell and the road to hell feels like heaven. Woo! I got chill bumps. Una más? Okay. The road to hell feels like heaven. No. Yeah, the road to hell feels like heaven and the road to heaven feels like hell. The road to hell. Yes, feels like heaven. And the road to heaven feels like hell. And it's so true. So true. So true. It's real crazy how when I was putting needles in my arms, I never had to worry about anything. And then I get clean and my life implodes. And then I got all these people out here trying to destroy me because I speak truth. It's just crazy. And it really does scare me when people are acting ignorant because it puts my life and their life in danger. Not my life. It puts their life in danger and it puts my future in jeopardy. Because there's going to come a day, y'all already know it. I can only put up with so much, and I deal with it every single day. Every day. There has not been a day that's gone by in 18 months that I haven't had to deal with some petty ass bullshit out here in these streets. Every single day. Sometimes 3, 4, 5, 6 times a day. And then at night after I go to sleep, that one night that I had to move parking spots over 5 times and had what it was like a Friday or Saturday night, and these people were drunk out there, and they were absolutely drunk in the parking lot of Walmart, literally chasing me around. Every time I would move, another car would move beside me and start blaring music intentionally, or they'd get out and start doing this. Hold on, let me show you what people do. Let's see if you can listen to this all night. Do I need to keep going? Now imagine 4 different cars, one parked on each side of your car, 4 different cars doing that at the same fucking time. That's right, you heard me. They come in packs. They come in packs sometimes. Last night they did. At the boat dock, there was 3 different cars, 5 different people, 4 guys, 1 girl. Clearly looking for my attention. Otherwise, they wouldn't have took a rubber mallet and banged it on a trash can for over 3 hours. Not to mention loud music, slamming car doors. They were literally screaming at the top of their lungs. I know they're hoarse today because they screamed for over 4 hours, 3 hours, 3 and a half, from 8:30 till 12:44. How many hours is that? I lost count. I haven't had much sleep. Sorry. So, every single day, sometimes multiple times a day. How am I to do my classwork and go work a job when I get no sleep from the constant bullying every single night? You want to know how bad it is? I can roll up to a Walmart, and if the manager has seen some of my content, then I'm going to have a rough night. She'll park right beside me. It's always a female. She'll park right beside me, and she'll do exactly what I was just doing with my car until she wakes me up intentionally. The other day, I slept at a Walmart, and there was 3 people that was out maintaining the grounds. They were blowing the parking lot, and the guy took the leaf blower and started rocking my car with the leaf blower. He was blowing the side of my car. I have all of this on camera. It is ridiculous. The reason I have not posted this footage is because I feel like if I post it, it will make people do this stuff worse. Even talking about it has made these things worse. There's going to come a day where I'm going to have to make an example out of somebody. I thought I'd already done that by cussing that guy out at the boat dock the other day. I am sorry for whatever is to come. It is not who I want to be. Who I want to be is a good person out here helping others. But society has decided that they are going to try at no cost to prevent me from doing that. So if somebody has to die, I want you to know that I'm sorry in advance. It's not who I want to be. It's who society has turned me into since I was a child. I've been going through this since I was a child. This is nothing new. From teachers to social workers to police, everybody that's ever come in my vicinity has tried to hurt me. What do I need to blame for? What have I done? Who have I hurt? Who have I hurt? No, for real, who have I hurt? Who am I out here bullying? When have you ever seen me try to harm someone? I'll wait. Gary, they call the police. Well, now we can talk about it. I had a meeting with the cops the other day. They told me that there was video sent to them of me driving on live. And the cop said, we get about a dozen calls for you every week. I said, you don't say. I said, I'm so sorry that resources are going towards something so stupid. He said, at this point, the dispatch fucks with them. They dick them around like they care. They ask them questions and keep them on the phone and dick them around. They're all sitting in the office laughing at these fuckers because I've been recording this for 18 months. I've got multiple open cases in 6 states from the bullying. My tires being stabbed out. So I hope they do. I mean, I think that people have become sheeps and pussies. Anyone that touches me, they're gonna die. And I have every legal right to mop the fucking streets with that ass. Don't be a sheep, Gary. Don't be a sheep. If somebody wants to come out and harass me, damage my property, and touch me, it's gonna be over. Anyone not listening is gonna be blocked. Why is it the same people? Do y'all see this? The ones that are not commenting know exactly where I'm at right now. Why is it the same motherfuckers? Anyone commenting, you are exactly the person I'm talking about. You don't get it. People like Gary are the reason that we have half of the country feeling like Carmelo Anthony is innocent. You have every legal right to stand your fucking ground if somebody is coming at you in a forceful manner to harm you. People don't even know what self-defense is or anything anymore. I mean, they're really just stupid. If I'm gonna kill somebody, it's because they put their fucking hands on me. So I didn't think I needed to say that. Otherwise, I would have done killed somebody for simply stalking me. I didn't think I needed to say that. I thought common sense went a long fucking way over here. Bye. We don't do retracted messages on this channel. You're supposed to be an adult, so act like it. If you got something to say it to my face. Oh, it did. Okay, good. Thank you, Critter. Hey, Emily. I hope you're doing well. There's my regular followers that know how to hold a conversation and not be fucking negative. It's ridiculous. It's the same motherfuckers, y'all see? Y'all seeing it in live action. It's the same people with the same personalities living the same shitty lives. Thank you, Sabrina. I appreciate it. It's so annoying to have to deal with this, like, you know, being out here with people that are unhappy, and they, you know, that's what kills them, is that I can live out of a car and still get happiness, you know, and they don't realize that my happiness stems from knowing that I'm not a piece of shit. My happiness stems from knowing that I'm going to heaven one day. My happiness stems from knowing that I'm going to help people one day. My happiness stems from my intrinsic values, okay? My principles, my morals, what I stand for, my strength. That's why I'm happy. If people would go get them some of that, they'd be happy too. But instead, they'd rather destroy a person that's happy than work on themselves and be happy. They'd rather stay miserable. Miserable is what they want to be. Life is suffering, Buddha. They choose to suffer. Because if they didn't want to suffer, they wouldn't be out here being negative pieces of shit every day. I genuinely wonder, you know, you don't see a lot of children, but yet there's always the same motherfuckers popping up. I genuinely wonder if they're cloning these motherfuckers. I do. I'm joking. But seriously, it's like copy and paste the same people with the same behaviors. Where are the people that are fiercely loyal, honest, respectful? I just, you know, I know some of you guys are, and I love you guys very much. My regular followers that have been here from the start have had my back. But like, you know, in everyday life, when it comes to dating and building a family and building connections with people, it's the cell phones. It's the cell phones. It is the same ones, you know, and it's like they don't even realize they are, Andrea. It's the same ones. They don't even realize that they're exact people that we talk about on this channel. You know, it's crazy because society Well, the society will condition a young girl to put her weight in her value in her body. They'll set her up for failure by using her for 20 or 30 years. And then when she takes her power back and she says, whoa, this is bad, then they want to condemn her for that. It's like, but you're the one that set all of this up. Like, I don't even know how to explain what I'm trying to say right this second. I think I've said it pretty clear when I said that society will give you the tools to destroy yourself. They will give you the tools to destroy yourself, and they'll sit back and watch and revel in your misery. Society conditions people to be miserable from the fucking start. I mean, we sure as hell don't teach people to how to be happy, how to have productive lives. We don't even help them fill out fucking college forms. These poor babies graduate and we kick them out the door and expect them to take on student loans and everything else. We do not have a society that is built to support people and grow them into stable individuals. We have a society conditioning them for toxic bullshit. Better get used to it. Everybody cheats nowadays. Oh, you wanna have a threesome? You want a damn swing? Oh, all the cool kids are doing it. What is wrong with people? Have you no shame? They don't. They don't. As long as everybody else is doing it, then they don't look bad. Then it's the normal thing to do. So weird. Never quit questioning things. Yes, exactly, Emily. And that's what happened in Planet Fitness. I told y'all weeks before Planet Fitness even happened that I was having problems out of the manager there. I told y'all weeks before that guy had asked for my number. That girl was high in front of me at Planet Fitness, the worker. I told y'all all of that. Everybody knew the full rundown before any of that shit went down in Planet Fitness. I also told y'all that they were getting rid of the homeless people. Remember, they didn't want me there because I was living out of a car. That was in Eden, North Carolina. I went to jail for crimes I didn't do. The manager spit on me, and I went to she called the law and said I spit on her. It took me, y'all don't even want, I almost didn't get out of jail. I could have lost my truck. I don't have a way to get another car. All of that was filmed. 250,000 people saw that, and it gets turned around on me. Why? Because I'm a pretty girl. That's why. That's exactly why. That's exactly why. If I weighed 300 pounds, had blue hair, and a bull's nose ring hanging out my face, that would have went completely different. Completely different. But because I have backbone, because I stood up for myself, because I said some ugly shit, rightfully so, them bitches did too. Nobody sees that part though. Then I'm made to be the bad guy, and I'm arrested in the middle of the night, pulled out of my car, and taken to jail. Have to come up with bond. Still ain't paying my bondsman back. Still ain't paid her back. I don't know how. I mean, and she told me that they called her too. So my little bullies like to call everybody. The YMCA, my gyms. They'll call anybody. Remember when we were in Charleston and the police rolled up and they thought I was going to kill myself? And I said, what are you talking about? And they said, somebody called and said you were going to kill yourself. So yeah, Planet Fitness. That completely got turned around on me. You know what it is though, is like, I think most people would relate to those two girls more than they do with me, because that's the way of the world now. Those girls look like a lot of people in society. And I'm not saying that looks are anything. Y'all know I've said from the start that my value, why I love myself, lies in my morals and my belief. My value is intrinsic. I value nothing out here. This is all surface. But other people value it, or they use it as weight. You know what I mean? Oh, she's pretty, so she thinks da da da. No, I don't. I've never said that. But I think the reason that got turned around on me with Planet Fitness was because people align more with those two meth heady bitches than they would me. And I'm actually still proud of myself for that. I think that's one of the few times in my life I've walked away from a fight. That taught me a lot. I mean, it's been 6, 7 years since I've been in any situation like that. All of this that I'm going through is new. Since I got out of prison and had my daughter, I settled down. I grew up when I had my daughter. And what happened to me and my daughter is so fucking unfair, and it happens to families across this country every fucking day. And after they stole my daughter, I went back to drugs. I gave up. I wanted to die. I wanted to get high. And I really didn't feel like I had anything positive to look forward to anymore. They had stolen it. But I got clean because I didn't want to die. When COVID happened, I really thought we were all going to die. And we were. People were dying. My grandmother died. My mama died. That got me clean. You know? Forgot what I was saying about the government. That really threw me off. Even mentioning that, I completely forgot my frame of thought. That's how traumatic that shit is. I can't even talk about it. I probably won't be able to for 10 years. I'm still processing shit from 2007. That's where I'm at psychologically with my therapist right now. We are literally processing my mother's death. Like from '07. That's where we're at. I got 20 years of trauma that I got to fill in. I ain't got time for this shit. And you're not supposed to process anything before 18 months. So if you go through a traumatic event, you witness somebody get shot, your husband cheats on you and steals all the money and leaves you, that's betrayal trauma. That is severe trauma. That's top level shit. That'll make a person literally go insane. When you go through something like that, after you go through it, you're supposed to wait about 18 months to even talk about it. Now, it's good to journal on it if you can, but you're not really supposed to be processing that trauma until you've had time to kind of, you're not supposed to be working on healing the trauma until after you've had about 18 months of processing time with the trauma. Does that make sense? So I'm still processing trauma from '07 with my therapist and my clinical. So one day I will get there, but I'm not there yet. What happened was so unfair. I got clean and things have just gotten worse. I thought they would get better. I thought getting clean would life would get better. When I got clean, I didn't think I'd be living out of a car. I never thought that I would be homeless. You know, even when I was like 16, 17, 18 out on the streets and stuff, I always had places to go. I always had a roof over my head. I mean, I was a street kid. I was always renting rooms. But when I got clean, I never envisioned this. This was the farthest from my fucking mind that I could ever conceptualize. Like, I had seen homeless people. I knew of people that went into homelessness. But I had no concept of this shit. This is a whole fucking other planet, bro. Like, I cannot put it into words. It feels like you have landed on a fucking far tribal island somewhere, and it's an out of body experience every day. Every day. It's crazy. I had no clue. You know, even growing up in foster care, when the state had custody of me, they fed me, they clothed me. When my parents had custody of me, they clothed me, they fed me. Living this, though, has put a whole new, like, it's just brought a whole harsh reality to life. Like, just watching other people live through it that have it worse than me. Like, I knew that the world was cruel, and I knew that people had it hard and that people suffered, But the shit that I've seen in the past 2 years is beyond comprehension. Nobody could ever understand this unless they fucking live it. Even people that have been homeless come to my channel and they're like, oh, I was homeless, la 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 la. But I can tell that, like, they were homeless with resources, because if they were actually homeless, they would be saying something different. It's what they didn't say that was important, not what they said. And I understand that maybe they're trying to, like, connect or whatever, but, like, I think there's different levels to this shit that people don't understand. When you don't have family and community resources and education, you can't read or write, you're forgotten. Society just kicks you to the curb and they say you're worthless. And they completely forget you. And everyone has value. Every single fucking human has a purpose on this earth, and that is so fucked up. And it makes me fucking angry. It makes me fucking hate people. That shit makes me want to kill motherfuckers. If I'm being honest, it does. If I ever witness a fucking homeless person getting hurt, I swear to God, I'll gut a motherfucker like a fish. Don't you ever let me catch somebody out in these streets treating somebody like they do me. You know? Like I'm a sitting duck, I can't do anything about it. But if I witness some shit like that lady that was set on fire in the subway, or the homeless man that was stabbed by like 6 14-year-old girls, I'd put my life on the line for some shit like that. I might not for myself, because I'm out here really trying to keep it together for my kids. But if I saw something like that, I couldn't help myself. I couldn't help myself. For myself, it's a little different. I got too much to lose. I don't understand how the world can be so evil and so fake. People are so fake. How many people go to fucking church and they don't give a fuck? They don't give a fuck. Like, all they care about is money. The whole world is just money, money, money. Just evil. Everybody just wants what they can get. Instant gratification. No person should have to feel like I've seen people feel and like I've felt. It's fucked up how society does people. And when you grow up part of the foster care system, which a lot of homeless people do, disproportionately, when you grow up part of the juvenile justice system and the foster care system, it makes it so much harder. It's almost like those systems are there to enslave you in a system. It's like, oh, we got too many people over here in this lane, so we're going to put you in this lane because your life is already worthless because nobody loved you to start with. And so nobody will miss you if you end up on the fucking streets at fucking 45 years old. It's like the systems are designed to enslave people into and condition them. I've been conditioned through the Department of Corrections since I was 14 fucking years old. And then they wonder why I'm a violent offender. Y'all trained me. Your COs fought me at 14 years old, like grown-ass adults. Y'all trained me. Imagine 30-year-old women fighting 14-year-old juveniles. Been there, done that. You were supposed to be there to protect us, and you're fighting us. And teaching me how to kick in front doors and stab 2 girls at 18 years old. Teaching me that that's the way of the world. So when I get out of juvie, I can go to fucking women's maximum security prison. The systems are built to enslave, to keep certain people in a lane. The forgotten, the less fortunate. And they do the same thing to our veterans. They're completely forgotten about. I'm gonna stop crying. Do y'all wanna go get a burger? I like going to church, but I don't know why there's so many church people that are fake. It's like, if you cared about society, you'd be out here actually making a difference. I love Mexican OT. I listen to him all the time. My head hurts so bad. This day went so south. So south. Two kids. Teenagers. He said, hey. I said, hey. Good, how are you? I was going to place something to go, please. Do y'all have like a single burger?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just going to do the single cheeseburger. Please.
And did you want anything on it?
Yes, it is. It's, oh, Lord, they got music. I asked him, I said, can I come back in like 5 minutes? And he says, well, if you come back in like 5 minutes, I'll probably have done ate it. I was like, fair. I just smiled and said, okay. I feel you, homie. I feel you. I don't even know where I am. I don't think I'm in Clearwater anymore, you guys. I think I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't really care as long as everybody leaves me the fuck alone. I don't understand how someone that bothers no one gets so much fucking harassment. That's why. Oh, I'm gonna pull over there because I'm being lazy. See what I'm saying? Crying on live, throwing herself a pity party. I'm literally living out of a fucking car. Is he for real right now? You see what I mean? The gaslighting, like I'm supposed to be over the moon because I have a job that I can't. In 2.5 years. Like, people don't get it. I had 40 grand. I actually had $46,000 when I moved in this truck. People don't get it. They never will. That was in 2023 when I moved to Florida. It is 2025 and I have like $100 in my bank account. 90% of that money went to look for jobs, running from job interview to job interview. Y'all were with me last year when we done that. There were days that I would do 7 damn interviews in a day. And I quit doing it because I can't afford to do it. I do fill out job applications online and I've done over 20,000 of those and I don't even get calls anymore, y'all. Y'all thought last year was bad? This year is non-existent. At least last year I got emails back. I get phone calls back. This year? No, absolutely not. Yeah, I know, but I like to point it out, Vito. I like to point it out because this is exactly what I'm talking about. $8. $8 for a single burger. Crazy. I mean, I know it's 5. Is it Vito? Vito? Vito. I'm fine. I'm just annoyed. I'm also premenstrual. I'm stressed out. I'm just, between the cats bouncing off my truck. Y'all saw all those cats. That's a nightly thing, too. Imagine you get in bed every night and birds start landing on the roof, and raccoons start crawling on your window sills, and you can hear their little fingers outside. But it ain't just one. It's usually 2 or 3 or 30 cats. And if it's not that, then some drunk idiot that decided to make a Walmart run recognized your truck as he's leaving Walmart and decides that he's going to drive around you 5 or 6 times, revving his engine, blaring music. Then he'll park right beside you, start opening and shutting doors. And if it's not that, then the cops are showing up, running you off, saying that you can't park there for the night. I mean, oh, and if that don't get you, then the heat. It's 90 degrees right now. The low is going to be like 73 tonight. I can't afford to run the engine all night. If it's 73 out there, then it's going to be like 85 in here. So if you can sleep through all that, then damn, can you bottle that shit and sell it to me? Because, yeah, it's crazy. Veto. Okay. So I went to get off the toilet and it got stuck in my pants, and then when I walked away, it like all pulled out. I went to get off the toilet and my short got that toilet paper stuck in it, and when I turned around and walked, the toilet paper pulled out the wall. It's like people think that you're supposed to be a pushover if you're in a bad situation. And if you have any kind of backbone, then they think that you're in that bad situation because it's your own fault. Because you have backbone. I mean, imagine, that's literally like stereotyping. You know what I mean? That's like simple-minded as fuck. Simple-minded as fuck. The reason I'm in this situation is not even my fault. Like, I wish that I could say it was my fault. But, I mean, it is if you want my future. And it was stolen. I shouldn't even be in this situation. But I guess we can say it's my fault for trusting somebody who I thought was family. Somebody that I knew for over 20 years. They never showed any sign of stealing from me before. Well, that's a lie, actually. That's what I said. Maybe I was stupid. Okay, maybe it is my fault. Clearly. But, like, it could happen to anybody. You could be married to somebody. You think your marriage is perfectly hunky-dory. Y'all got kids. You come home one day, and he doesn't. And then the next day, you drop the kids off at school. You're still looking for them. You're wondering if you need to file a missing persons report. You go buy you lunch because you had to work. And there ain't no money in the account. He done stole your life savings and ran off. It could happen to anybody, and it happens all the time. All the time. Yeah, and that's another thing. I'm sick of, like, putting on this smile. And that's another thing. It's like, every time I told that dude, he thought I was just supposed to damn be smiling. No. My phone's probably going to get hot up there. You can't sit over there. You're going to have to sit here. All those phone cameras. Let me make sure you got air on you so that you don't catch on fire. It's so hot outside that the phone's getting hot and it has a seizure. This is it was first of all, why am I tipping them for making me a to-go order? So sick of this shit. And then I'm scared not to tip. I'm scared I'm gonna spit on my food because I didn't damn, you know. Y'all, why is it wet? A burger with lettuce. I need to eat. I haven't eaten today. I had that oatmeal because I'm stressed. And this is why I don't have friends. Because every time I get one, they stress me the fuck out. I've been stressed out for 3 months. I can't eat. I'm going to throw up. Mm-mm. Are we sure that's a real Five Guys? Sometimes food just tastes bad. Like once a month. I can't consume it. That's not good. It's greasy too, like the bun's wet. I'll eat it later. I always do. But like, it'll be fine. I tried. Liquid diet it is. Well, I do see van lifers in the parking lot. That don't mean nothing though. If they have a personal beef with you, you know, or if they're not happy with themselves, that don't mean shit. They'll be out here starting problems. Yeah, me too. That's another thing. People be like, oh, you don't eat. She's not eating. She's throwing away food. Bitch, I'm stressed. It must be nice to live in your mama's basement and not have to worry about the small ins and outs of daily life. But, like, imagine being so privileged, you don't even know it, and you're out here trying to harm someone who's not harming anyone, who wants to help people. And you're out here afforded your family has provided luxuries in life and you don't even realize it, and you're like literally so unhappy with your own life, you're trying to hurt somebody who has literally been hurt probably more than any person they've ever even fucking come in contact with. I ain't even begin to fucking scratch the surface on the fucking childhood abuse. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's a miracle that I'm a good person. That's Jesus. That's got to be Jesus, because I had everything against me as a child, and I still do. I'm still living the same life that I was living when I was born. It's crazy. Society likes to victim blame. I'm sick of that shit. I ain't listening to it. You can go victim blame somebody else, not me. You ain't gonna bully me. I know what I went through. There's records of it. The state don't come in and take a fucking child for nothing. Now, you piss off a social worker, they might. But I was taken like 5 or 6 times from my family. So that tells me that there was a lot of shit going on. You know what I mean? A lot of shit. That guy thinks I was waving at him. I was not waving at him. Oh my God, y'all. There's this young guy out here. Oh my God. I was doing this with my hand. I want to die. I hope you don't think I was waving at him. I was not waving at you, boy. Please go away. Some jack dude outside the gym. I looked up and he's standing there and I'm like this. I'm like waving my hand. Like, sorry. He looked right at me too. It looked like he was about to wave back. No, dude, I'm talking with my hands. Go away. He's smoking a whole blunt. Can they do that here? I might like it here. You just gonna roll one up in the park. He did. It's 2 guys that got out of this car. Tall, handsome Asian man. Handsome as hell. And another light-skinned dude. They got out and he had a blunt in his mouth and he's walking around the back of the car and I'm over here with my hands like this. It felt like I was doing this. I think I was doing this. But I hope he knows I went waving at him, because he like started looking at me. He's like staring at me. And I'm like, where do I hide? Where do I hide? I was not waving at you, boy. I was not waving at you. But he's like, smoking dope. Can you just do that around here? Is that what y'all do? Listen, if y'all some pot smokers, I can hang out here. That means y'all chill, y'all respectful. You probably got ADHD, childhood trauma. We get along just fine. You're not drowning your sorrows with meth and alcohol. Meth heads are the worst. God. Meth heads are the worst, you guys. Like that, I can't be around it. I don't even want to be in the vicinity. They creep me out with the jerkin. Girl, are you trying to fight me right now, or are you seasoned? Can I get an arm circumference, please? Get away from me. That family in the darn Circle K in Jacksonville, it's off of A1A. That's the same gas station that man works in that was talking crap about that single dad that had his car jacked that morning. Yo, we witnessed the whole carjacking. Well, half-assed. The aftermath. I pulled up and his father's standing out there with his kids, and I smiled at him because it's morning. And like, here's the thing that I've never explained to y'all. If it's a dad with his kids or a family, I'm always smiling and waving. Please let me stop my car. Y'all go ahead and cross the road. But it's not people like that come out to bother me. It's single men and teenagers and young 20-year-olds. So technically we can call them children, because anybody under the age of 25 over here, y'all know how I feel about it. I've never really had a lot of bad interactions with people that were respectable. The people that I talk about and go after are actual imbeciles. They are the bottom tier shit faces of society. They're little bullies that sit on the internet being little bullies, and then they come out here and stalk me trying to be little bullies. I don't think I've ever said that before. I know I spew things, but I need to be clear that, like, I'm talking about pieces of shit. I'm not talking about everyday people that are out here minding their business. I don't want beef with anybody. I'm not even confrontational. Y'all are with me and y'all see how respectful I am to people. And that comes from my heart, honey. That's just who I am. It's how I was raised. I don't go out here intentionally looking for shit to get into. I have shit to do. Always. I live out of a car. So I got shit to do. But I just needed to clarify that the people that I go after are people that have come after me trying to start shit. And it's the usual suspects. Usual suspect. That black guy this morning surprised me. I ain't never had a black guy like that towards me. I mean, yeah, you know, people are different, but like, it's usually white guys that seek me out off the internet. Not, I've never had, I can't remember it. Well, the guy at Walmart, that security guy at Walmart, and them damn two beached whales he was hanging out with that worked at Walmart. But typically, it's white people that are acting like that. A lot of homeless people around that area go down there and drink and stuff, and they want to be loud, and they know I don't like it loud. There's places to be loud, okay? Like, there's a system when it comes to living out of cars, like, especially over there. Like, the beach area is the party area, and then a little bit down there's a park. That's the quiet area, and then there's the boat dock, which is the even quieter area. And so it's crazy that there's like a level of respect that the rest of the community has about these places, but it's the homeless people and the drunks and meth heads that are disrespectful and causes problems out there. It's not respectable people. Nobody respectable would ever behave that way, and I think most of us know that. So I just wanted to clarify on that, because like, people take shit personal. They see my content and they think I'm talking about them because they've seen me in person. No. If you've never done nothing to me, I have no beef with you. Why would I not like you? I don't even know you. But if you're intentionally going out of your way to try to harm me or prevent me from sleeping, that tells me everything I need to know about you. And that means you're a piece of shit, and I am coming after you. Won't start nothing, won't be nothing. But that's the thing. They want to start something because they're miserable and they want some attention and they want to try to be blasted on my YouTube channel. There has been times in the past couple of months that people come out and they do the craziest shit. And I'm like, this motherfucker wants me to film them and put it on my channel. That's the new thing. People will come out and start doing shit. I had one guy the other night at Walmart this week. He was clearly homeless, living out of a car. But he had a bicycle, and I was in here changing, and I get done changing. I took my window covers down, and I look out, and this son of a bitch is doing circles around my vehicle on that bicycle. So I saw him go over to his car, and I started. He's on the bicycle outside of his car, and I started doing donuts around him. Now, he'll never mess with me again, but there's going to come a day where things are going to get out of hand. I can only do so much legally to prevent these things from happening and assert my power in that community and let people know that they're not going to fuck with me, or else I'm willing to get a free education at the Department of Corrections. It's crazy that I even have to worry about this, knowing that in my heart and soul, I'm a non-confrontational, non-violent person, and I have to constantly wake up every morning and put on this armor and be somebody that I'm not. And it sucks. It's somebody, it is deep down, it's the monster inside of me. It's the darkest parts of me. It's what I'm capable of. But it's not the person that I want to be. That's a survival instinct that I have in my toolbox that I don't want to ever have to open. And Planet Fitness, that whole situation really put it into perspective how dangerous it is to live out of my car, because people are constantly putting, their lives in danger and my freedom in danger. And we've already seen how things are going to go. I'm going to jail because I have a criminal record from 20 years ago. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. That's not PB&J. Yeah, I know, and unfortunately, the world doesn't work like that. I wish that it did. I wish that people were respectful to each other and cared about each other and went out of their way to do the right things. But unfortunately, people are self-serving, self-motivated. And in this day and age, they're led by self-gratification, instant gratification. Everything's so quick. You know what I mean? That's why their relationships. That's why these girls out here be having 12 boyfriends in a damn year. It's like, damn girl, like I'm not meeting no more. I'm tired. No, I don't want to come meet him. It's June and he's the sixth one. I'm exhausted from trying to remember these brothers' names. No, I'm not coming. Girl, learn to close your legs. But men's the same way. I think men are more led by sex, but that's probably because women don't have substance. That's all they got to offer nowadays. These bitches have nothing to offer. They can't even cook. Who wants to tell them that a way to a man's heart is through his stomach? Okay. It's crazy. Anytime I meet a man that knows how to cook, I'm like, never mind. It was nice to meet you. I need a man I can cook for, okay? Listen, that's what I do. That's how I show my love. So it's funny when I meet a guy that wants to cook for me. I'm like, oh God, this ain't gonna work. And usually they're pretty heterosexual if that happens. Like they're like swanky bougie guy that like gets their eyebrows waxed, and I'm like, oh God, no, it ain't happening, brother. You're prettier than I am. Ain't happening. I need to be the pretty one in the relationship. Like you can be cute, but I want to be the showstopper. Like that shit's wild. They don't even have anything to offer them. It's so true though. It's crazy because people be telling you stuff like that. Like I dated somebody and he was like, it's crazy, Brooke. He's like, you've done more for me in 3 months than my ex-wife did in 13 years, and then he still treated me like shit. Like what? What? But he treated her like gold and like pawned after she left him. Sir, I think you want to be fucking miserable. You clearly do. You want to be miserable. How do you say, Brooke, you've done more for me in 3 months than she did for me in 13 years, and then you turn around and treat me like I'm trash and shit? Break my heart. Probably cheated on me. How do you appreciate me and then not appreciate me? And you're still pawning after your ex-wife, and she treated you like shit. It don't make sense. People want to be miserable. They do. They do. They want to be miserable. They do. That's crazy. Milk. The cry face, sorry. I was a little housewife. Hello, Hugo again. Debbie. We're crying today. We went to Rainbow Springs and the phones didn't work and they wouldn't record, so now we're crying. I need some ibuprofen. My head hurts from crying. Where's it at? In the door. Maybe I'll try it again tomorrow. I mean, that's all you can do. You go to one place, your phone don't work. You have to go to another place, your phone don't work. Go to another place, your phone don't. I mean, you just have to damn do it, I guess. I hope that shit don't hurt my stomach. That place was so pretty. I definitely want to go back there, but like, it sucks that my iPhone would not let me open up the camera app. And I don't even know. I didn't even bring this one, and it was a huge walking trail. We left this in the... No, I did have it. I don't know what was going on. I probably just gave up. I was so aggravated. So right here, when you go to make a video, this is the YouTube Creators app. Okay, here, I'll show you. So you can go down here and hit create, and you can do live, short, video. It's got all these options, right? So you go over here to your shorts, go to draft, and I got some drafts in there. Anytime I'm working on a video and it's super important, and like I put so much time and detail into it, and I don't think, listen, I haven't been posting shorts because of the glitches in this system. You go in here to find your short and it's disappeared. So I had 2 of them that were three minutes long each, and they both disappeared. And I was over it at that point. I was just like, why is this happening? This should not be happening with YouTube. There's no excuse for it. They're hindering their creators by not updating the app. Another thing, when you're in this app and you go to create, you see how the buttons are right here on the side? Why would they be there? That's the mute button right there. That's why I'm always hitting the mute. They'll have them down the side, and it'll have a little microphone. Why would they be right there where we're going to be grabbing the phone, putting it on a camera stand? There should be a button that you have to click, settings, to make it scroll down. We should not be having these problems in 2025. The online bullying that YouTube promotes, the exploitation that YouTube promotes. I'm going to shut up. Y'all know where I stand. Y'all know where I stand. It's not right. Do I even have my... Let's see if I can add my YouTube app on here for my... It ain't going to let me. I don't even know how to work this piece of shit. They put so much stuff on here. None of this is mine. I bought the phone and it had all this shit on it. Why? Why? Do you use all this shit? I don't. Not one of them. Not a single damn app. Oh, maybe the phone. You know what? I haven't. I've had this for 3 months and I've never even used it. You know what? It takes up space. It takes up internal space. They do that so you have to buy a new phone. It slows it down too. It's not good. All that shit's not good on your hard drive. It can't be. And it's not just one page. It's 2. I'm looking for the YouTube. Never mind. The other day I got 60,000 views and I got a YouTube violation for that. That pissed me off. Because they know that I was not, if they had people running that company, they could go back and watch that video and you could see that it wasn't like I was playing music in it. It was like some noise in the background. And it just pisses me off because a creator can be on, and we all know that they don't pay me. So, who gets 40,000 views and, $2? It doesn't make sense. I don't understand the pay. I never have. I've said it from the start that I think that they exploit their creators. That's how I feel. It just sucks to work on a video like that and then it break. Like, it just disappears. The whole thing just disappears. And you just spent 2 hours filming and editing that. And it's like, I'm not starting over. I'm already in a bad mood. I'm nicking. I ain't doing it today. Yeah, I probably will. I hope you have a good day too, Deborah. I'm deciding if I'm going in this gym. Probably not. Probably not. It sucks. I can't just crawl in the bed, I want to crawl in the bed. Can't do that. Cops will show up. They don't like it. Businesses don't like for you to have your window covers up and be in your vehicle with it running and stuff. They absolutely hate it. I guess they think that you're going to move in if you're there for like 8 hours catching some Z's. They're worried that you're going to damn turn into a squatter in the parking lot, and they do have that problem. But I've never in my life done that. Ever. I don't even behave that way. If I know you don't want me there, I don't want to fucking be there. You know what I mean? Why would I want to be somewhere I'm not wanted? That's stupid. I might as well go date my enemy. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense why I can't just relax in my truck. Constantly have to be go, 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 go. It's only 2 o'clock. Well, I'm going to go, y'all. I don't know if I'm going to go in here or what I'm going to do. I need that phone. I really need to see if my other phone will work because I need that phone. So, that's my Apple, and I need that phone. I'm just frustrated because I had all these great plans today after such a shitty night. You know, I had such a crap night, and somehow I still wake up and I refocus. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to let this ruin my day. I'm just going to head out of town. We're going to go to a park. I'm going to show them Rainbow Springs, Florida. It's gorgeous. It looks like something out of a Pirates of the Caribbean movie. I ain't never seen water that clear, ever. Ever, ever, ever. And I get down there, and then shit just starts. I mean, everything. Every little thing today that could have went wrong. And it's just too much sometimes. It's just like, it's like after the fucking night I had, here, we starting with this shit today? Like, it's enough to push you over the damn edge. It's enough to push you over the edge. It's like, why is everything, why are all these damn dominoes falling over? I didn't even set them up. Who set all these damn dominoes up? Who did this? What is going on? I think that maybe after I get some sleep, I'll feel better. I really haven't had good sleep all week, so yeah, Now, and this has been a regular thing. You know, I've gotten used to it at this point. Earplugs, heavy ass NyQuil. That's why I have to take so much NyQuil. I literally have to knock myself the fuck out and have a hangover the next morning just to get some sleep. Because of how people like damn come and seek me out and try to start shit. People just randomly recognize my truck at Walmart parking lots and just pull up trying to start shit. Remember the guy last year that pulled right beside me and got out of his car to open my back door? Remember that one? He sure did. He parked right beside me. He thought that I was in here jamming out by myself. He steps out of his car. He shuts the door. He walks to my back passenger door, and I'm in the back seat filming this. And he goes to reach for the door handle to open up that back door. He was absolutely about to bust in on me. If I wouldn't have had them doors locked and he wouldn't have saw my camera, I finally pulled the curtain up and I put the camera in his face. And when I did, he ran back to his car and slammed the door. And I had to call the cops. JSO showed up for that. Or was that Charleston? That might have been Charleston. It's all recorded, though. The whole incident's recorded on my channel. That was fucking wild. I forgot about that one. There's been so many, I forget. It's crazy. They pulled him out of the car. He started arguing with the cops. They searched his vehicle. And then they told him to leave. So he did leave. But I wasn't staying there at that point. Now I got to take my window covers down and go find a whole new spot. Which took me like an hour. Because I had to drive across town where I was at. No, that wasn't at Walmart. The guy at Walmart was the security people. And I've had so many times at Walmart. So many times. Yeah, the leaf blower guy this week, that was a new one. I've had them. Walmart's notorious for the leaf blowers to wake you up. They don't want you on your property once the sun is coming up. It's a bad look on the business. I get it. And once again, imagine if you work third shift. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to sleep? I'm starting to feel better now that I'm having caffeine. Just a cranky ass bitch that needs some caffeine. I saw one of my favorite creators. Y'all ever seen the girl that does all the facial impressions? She's so funny. She just had a baby. White girl, long hair, Lord. She's real funny. Anyways, she was in her car and she said, I just realized that all I need is some Fetty Wap, 150 milligrams of caffeine, And to be in my car first thing in the morning and all of a sudden I'm not depressed anymore. I can take on the world. 150 milligrams sounds about right. Y'all know that us millennials, we gonna, all of our livers and kidneys are gonna fail from all this energy shit we drank, right? You know, we got it bad, homie. We all gonna be. I hope not, but listen, if we are up in the dialysis place at damn 80, we gonna be damn lit up in there. Listen, us millennials, we drink too much caffeine, too much Monster, too much Celsius. Our generation is consuming way more caffeine than the prior generation and the upcoming. Millennials drink more caffeine than any other people on earth. And I'm right there with her. She said 150 milligrams. I said, where's my aminos? 150 it is. It's fine. I just ignore people and block them. I was going to go, but I don't have anything to do. So if you want to hang out, I guess I'll keep running my mouth. I think that boy wants me to chase him. He got on a bike and rode off. Oh, that's why it was so embarrassing, because he was so handsome, but he's young too. He's probably about 30, maybe 35. That's why I was embarrassed when I accidentally waved at him, because he was cute. If he wouldn't have been cute, I would have been like, hey, like, you know, because like I'm comfortable around people that are like, you know, on my level, but people that are like, you know, extremely attractive, they make you feel a little uncomfortable. You know what I mean? But if it was any old, you know, regular dude, I would have been like, hey, sorry about that. I was, yeah, my hands. I told him my hands. I'm on live. But I didn't even know what to do. Dunk? I don't exist. I was never there. Abracadabra. I don't remember those energy drinks. I never really got into energy drink. Well, Monster. I liked the Celsius for a while. This is aminos. It's probably not the best. My head's hurting because I cried. If I'm being honest, that's why I stopped crying. But when I stop crying, I get angrier, and then I hold that shit in. And I've been holding a lot of shit in. I've been going through a lot. And I keep it off the internet. And it's like, this is the whole reason I started the channel, was to vent, to like talk about what I'm going through and how crazy this shit is out here, and like how it happens. But a lot of it I can't talk about because I be in the throes of it. Like when I was me and that guy were talking. I can't come and tell y'all everything. I don't want to be, you know, and like, I don't know. It's just unacceptable. It's like, I think it's telling. I think it's very telling. I think it tells me that he was after one thing. Like if you say that you care about me and you know that I'm actively being stalked, and then you call me paranoid, oh bro, you just don't want to deal with the situation. So if you don't want to deal with the situation, then that means you don't give a fuck. Plain and simple. So, you know, you'll deal with the situation for a piece of ass. But like, you know what I mean? And that's why it's so important to take your time with people and to really get to know them. Like I said, the last 3 people that I've talked to, and it's been like 3 people in 3 years. It's like I give my number away once a year. Remember the last year we gave my number away to the guy at Planet Fitness that asked for it, and I actually told him no for like a week, and then I changed my mind because I was desperate. Listen, you live and you learn. And I already knew he was too young. It was one of those moments where it's like, ain't you like 25? He was 24. Listen, don't be desperate. Oh God. But anyways, I can't even make it past the texting. I'm just so uncomfortable with the fakeness in society and the way that people operate. I can't be with somebody if I know that they're not fiercely loyal to me like I am to them. Like when I am in a relationship, it is us. And people say that, but they don't do that. They say that, but they don't do that. And that's what I have a problem with. And I'm starting to see that you can tell in a very short time if people stand by their word or if they don't. If they're going to keep their word or if they're not. If they break promises, if they lie. Slowly but surely, it don't take long, about 90 days. And I think the psychologists actually tell you to wait approximately 90 days to even consider having sex with someone. So that's very telling that it takes me about 90 days to figure out the morals and values and characteristics of a person and what they're after. That's kind of crazy because psychologists tell you to wait 90 days to sleep with people. Maybe that's why, because it don't take but like 90 days to figure out a person's character and what they're after. It would make sense. My lips are so chapped. I've been biting on them, if I'm being honest. Last night I was biting on them like crazy, waiting for those fools to pull out the parking spot. Y'all, I was so excited. Why did that scared me? That scared me. So they started banging on these trash cans, and then the girl was standing on a table like, ah, like screaming and acting crazy. I mean, y'all, I cannot even in the slightly exaggerate this because it's absolutely just crazy that people even act like that. Blaring music. They had like a mallet or something banging on a trash can over and over and over. It went on for hours. And most people will be like, well, why don't you pull your window covers down and leave? Because at this point, I'm pissed. I'm going to stay and follow you home just to see where you live. So that started at like 9 o'clock. They pulled up at 8:30. I could tell they were drinking. Usual suspects. Probably 30 to 50 years old. There was two old men, a young couple. It was a girl and a guy that was in the Chevy truck with the old guy that all got in the car together. And then there was two other people in different cars. Got description and license plate of those. Two single guys, probably middle-aged, all white guys. 4 white guys and a white girl. And they didn't, I have my ways, but I kept noticing that they were looking my direction like throughout the night. They kept like, y'all, you just have to pay attention to people's behavioral patterns. Like, this shit is not rocket science. I don't know why people seem so dense nowadays. I feel stupid trying to explain this to people when people should just be understanding what I'm saying. And I think a lot of y'all do. But I feel crazy sometimes trying to explain it because it's so unlike my nature. It's hard for me to explain because I don't understand why people would behave this way. So anyways, they're banging on stuff. And at some point, I had taken the window covers down probably about 11. And I was like waiting for them to leave, thinking that they were going to leave. And they were still sitting there. So then I drove up to the bathroom so that I could back in. So when they pulled out, I could be like right up on them because where I was parked, I would have had to back out and it would have took me a long time to follow them. So I went up to the top of the hill at the top of the parking lot where I knew they was going to be turning out, and I backed in. So when they went to leave, I could just whip in behind them. So I whip in behind him, and he starts taking off at a really fast pace, and he runs a stop sign. And that's when I knew they were shitting their pants in that truck. We didn't even get a quarter of a mile down the road. No, you wanted to wake me up. You stood out there for 3.5 hours trying to wake me up. Now I'm up. Let's have some fun. Cat and mouse, you want to? Check, bitch. Yeah, it's literally where the boat ramp is and where the stop sign is not even a quarter of a mile. And when he pulled out that boat ramp and I was on his freaking ass, I wasn't following too closely. But there was nobody else out there. That's the point. It was me asleep in my truck, and then all of these idiots pull up. There was nobody else out there at that boat dock last night. Nobody. There's cameras and every shit around. Like, this is how drunk or drugged. They're not even paying attention to the fact that they're under surveillance. I'm parked under a security camera. This is the type of idiots that put my future and their lives in danger. And they don't even recognize who they're fooling with. So he hits that stop sign. He blows it. I stopped at the stop sign to see if he'd slow down and stop being scared. I went through that stop sign and I got right back up on him, and that's when he took off again. And there's a restaurant on the right. Now, this is an island. We're all the way down here on this end of the island. He's got to get all the way down here to this end of the island to hit the main road to go back to a highway or something, right? So we come from down here. And then he pulls into a restaurant midway on the island that's closed. It's called the Harbor Seafood Restaurant. He pulls in their back parking lot. That restaurant is closed. He has no reason to be there. So I go all the way down to the beach to wait for him. I back into the bushland, and I waited for him to come down that road because that's the only road out. He's got to come down there. Do you know those fools would not come off that road? So you can be passive aggressive in a parking lot towards a woman who is out here on the streets by herself. All of these men and this girl. But the moment that the stalked becomes the hunter, y'all run like little dogs between your legs. None of these people have ever had the balls to confront me. They do it in a passive-aggressive manner because they're bitches. They're jealous that I have a channel. They're jealous that I have the freedom to leave and go wherever I want. They're jealous that I get on here, and despite the fact everything has been stolen from me, I smile. They hate the fact that I talk about God because nobody loves God anymore. Why is it that he's the only one that they mock? Why don't they mock anybody else's God? It's pathetic. It's because he's real. That's why. But yeah, this new generation that comes out and does this, because now I get like two main categories. It's the middle-aged white man is drunk, methed out, or it's the teenage, like tween. I'm talking like, y'all, teenagers. It's like, where are your parents? Are you for real right now? There's been situations where I'm like, if I hop out on this kid, there's a good chance I'm going to jail for damn felonious assault against a child. I don't even think that kid is of age. Your kids out here just, these kids just putting their lives in danger and think it's cute. They think it's cute. So is it because I'm a female? You think that I'm easier prey because I'm a female? Because they wouldn't do that to no guy. They wouldn't do that to no guy because they're wimps. That's why they damn run and hide when you damn try to follow them home. And that's not the first one I've done that. That's my new gig. That's what I do now. You wake me up, I'm going to follow you home. I have addresses out the ass. I followed a Corvette the other day. His dumb ass didn't even see me for like 3 city blocks. Snuck up on him. He pulled in his driveway. Gated community. Who has money like that and goes to a gym parking lot revving their engine? He was parked right behind me, and he kept revving and popping his engine, trying to wake me up. So when he pulled out onto Monument Road, I followed him past the fucking Sky Golf Course Resort. Stayed really far back. There was no other cars on the road. It's like fucking 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. So I followed him all the way down to past Culliver's and everything. Watched him pull into a fucking gated community. Drove by 3 or 4 times trying to get the address and figure out where I was. Like, it's ridiculous. People don't know who they're fucking with. I'm exhausted. And, you know, I'm this close to being in my fucking villain arc, for real, and making an example out of somebody. So when I get out of prison next time, they'll be like, well, damn, they wouldn't even let her reintegrate into society for 20 years. And then everybody was out here trying to destroy her because she wanted to help people. And she finally snapped. So maybe this time we'll leave her alone. Is that what I got to do? Because I feel like that's what I've been doing my whole life. Over and over and over and over. It's like, how many times do I have to say, leave me the fuck alone? I don't want your Satan worship anywhere near me. If you are vile, if you are evil, if you are two-faced, if you are conniving, if you are backstabbing, if you act like that, stay away from me. Why are you trying to make contact with me? Because they want what they don't have, what you are. They self-analyze. They're like, oh God, I'm a horrible person. She makes me feel bad about myself. Let me go poke the bear. People are truly ignorant, aren't they? That's top level ignorant to know that a woman stabbed 2 people almost to death and you out here fucking with her. They crazy. They absolutely crazy. I used to kick out cop car windows and you want to fucking play with me. And let me tell you something. One of you little homeless motherfuckers go missing. Ain't nobody gonna be looking for you. When they find your body floating in a fucking ravine, they gonna think that you got drunk and was high on meth and fell in. Oopsie. Weirdos. Not today, Satan. People are bitter. That's exactly why they come out and do that, because they're bitter. They're not happy with their lives. And I've had people like, I've had some weird instances lately. I don't know if there's like a rumor that I make money or something, but I've had some weird shit go down over there recently. Like, I don't know. People know that you have a YouTube channel and they think that you're some kind of celebrity or something, and it's nothing like that. I don't view this like that at all. I view this as me trying to keep a record of remembering all this shit I've been through. It's been like this for 35 years. Y'all only been with me for like 18 months and it's been crazy. Has it not? Lie to me and tell me it ain't. Gaslight me. Gaslight me. Tell me it ain't been crazy. Now imagine 37 years of this shit. Prison sentences. Losing your kids. Like, I'm exhausted. And all I want to do is be successful. All I want to do is complete school. All I want to do is go to church, work out, love my community, integrate. I've been out of prison since 2012, 13, something like that. And society will not let me integrate back into society. I can't even find work. There is no work. There is no work. Parents don't give a damn. That's why these children out here acting like this. They don't give a damn. Yeah, I think I like Jacksonville so much because it is a traditional family type of area, and at the beaches I can get privacy. It's at night that I have nowhere parking. During the day I don't have these problems. Sure, I've had a few perverts. The one guy that showed up on the skateboard at the park that kept making contact with me like 3 times. And what did I do? That was the first time I ever stalked somebody. And it's not stalking. I'm collecting evidence for a case. Plain and simple. You want to stalk me? Well, now I've got to know who you are. So I've got to do my due diligence to do a check on you and stalk you. And I don't consider it stalking. I'm doing an investigation. So there was this guy that kept showing up at the park, and he's like, "Hey, are you Brooke from YouTube?" And I was like, "Nope." Kept it moving. And I've made it perfectly clear that I suffer with CPTSD. And so when people try to make contact with me like that, it sends me into like a fight or flight mode. Okay. I don't know you. I don't meet people off the internet. That's weird to me. People are brainwashed, too comfortable meeting strangers off the internet. So anyways, he kept making contact, and I kept telling him to leave me alone, and he kept popping up, and then he's like, "Are you Brooke?" And I'm like, "No." And then he's like, "No, you look like that girl." I said, "That's not me." And I walked away. And finally I told one of the cops at the park or whatever, and he was like, "Yeah, we'll keep an eye on you, blah 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 blah." He's like, "Guys on the internet are weird." People on the internet are weird. I was like, "Yeah, buddy, you're telling me." Well, then I ran into him again, and he parked like right behind me. That's another thing they do. So he knew that I didn't like him. He knew that I didn't want him anywhere near me. So he parks right behind me to be passive aggressive. That is a passive aggressive behavior. It's like, "Oh, I'm not making contact with you, but I'm letting you know that I'm here." They're trying to assert some kind of fear into the victim. It's manipulation at its finest. So I pulled out my camera. Y'all were on live with me. All of this is on camera. I started filming his tag. I filmed the inside of his car. And then he comes running up out of the fucking bushes. Out of nowhere. When I start filming his car. Hops in his car and takes off. Remember that? That was the first time I started acting crazy. They're turning me feral. It's a miracle that I'm actually not like cold-blooded evil. Like, it's a miracle that I'm not like money, 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 and like take. It's a miracle that I don't have ill intent inside of me, given the circumstances of my upbringing and everything I've had to go through, because this is crazy, this guy, and stalking him. And it's not stalking. I was doing an investigation. I wanted to make sure if somebody ever finds my body out there in the park, that they know exactly who did it. I was leaving evidence. How sad. I have a whole 3 notes of folders in case they ever find my fucking body somewhere. How pathetic. I'm not a stalker. And I have every right to do my due diligence to protect myself. So if you're going to be a creep, I'm going to get your tag. And I'm going to film your vehicle. If you don't want to be, known for being a creep, then don't be messing with me. It's crazy that I even have to defend myself because people don't get it. And any girl that's living out of their car better be thinking about these things, because these motherfuckers out here are crazy. I've caught dudes looking in my window. I catch homeless people driving by my car trying to look in my cracks in my window. I caught some guy outside of a damn Best Buy creeping in my window. I fucking pulled the curtain back and this son of a bitch was like this in my face. On the other side of the glass. It was first thing in the fucking morning. I didn't even have caffeine yet, okay? No nicotine, no coffee. That was fucking crazy. It's just like, what is going on? And the only thing that it could be, because I have checked online forums, I have checked blogs, I've checked van lifers videos here on YouTube. Nobody else talks about getting stalked like this. So I know that this heat is coming from me having a channel. I know that these are people that recognize my vehicle and they're seeking me out. Without a doubt. Because there's not even anybody that mentions the amount of stalking and gang stalking that I've went through in the past 18 months. They recognize my video. They've heard me talk about it before. They see me. They don't like me. And then they try to start some shit. It's as simple as that. And I know that most of y'all would never behave that way. But I can assure you that there are thousands of people that will. And they do. They do. I have to deal with them every week, every day. And like I said, when I'm in the parks, I don't have these problems because it's families. We got rangers in there. We've got the cops in there. I don't have these problems. It's only at night when I'm looking for parking and I'm asleep that this shit happens. And what it is it's losers that stay out all night doing drugs and drinking and have no life. And they feel some type of way that I tell people to keep a normal schedule. And so they feel some type of way because I'm a normal girl. It eats at them. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy how people get offended by everything. You are offended that you're a crackhead because you choose to smoke crack. And because I call you a crackhead, now you want to come out and do crackhead shit around my car. Oh, God, I can't believe I will never defend drug addicts again. And homeless people, I won't. I refuse. Not after the hell I've been through. This has changed my mind on a lot. I come in here thinking that I wanted to help these people. These are the very people that have tried to harm me for 18 months. Absolutely not. Those people don't want help. I've had firsthand knowledge of what I would have to deal with on a daily basis, and fuck that. Fuck that. I chose to get clean because I wanted to live. I worked my ass off to do that, and I've maintained that. If they wanted it, they'd be doing it. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. They choose to do drugs because they want to do drugs. They're wasting their life away because they want to waste their life away. I can't believe I ever felt bad for people like that. And you know, that was my experience. That was my own personal experience. Like when I got clean and stuff and going through rehabs, I don't think I met too many people that actually wanted to be clean in rehab. They were all forced to be by the court, forced to be by their parents, forced to be by DSS. You know what I mean? I haven't met too many drug addicts that wanted what I wanted when I got clean. You know what I mean? As I recall, most of the people that I ever knew that did drugs, they didn't want to be clean either. I think that my strength is from Jesus, and I think that it's a rare case that I knew that I shouldn't be on drugs. I didn't want to be on drugs. For many years that I was on drugs, I wanted to be clean, but I wasn't allowed to be clean. So, and then there's that. But I don't think a lot of addicts that are out here using like that in the street that they want to be clean. They want to be doing drugs. That's their choice. Same thing with homeless people. Now, I do think that there's a lack of homelessness resources in our communities, but a lot of them that use drugs, they want to be doing that, and they'll never get clean, and we'll find their body after they overdose or they get drunk and drown. Like I said, it happens every day. I can't believe I ever wanted to help anybody. I'm getting to a point where I think I might become like completely self-centered. For real. I'm tired of wanting to do all of these great things and being met with closed doors because the world is such an evil place. It really is. Jesus, that's what I'm saying. I sure do. I sure do. Ain't it crazy that Forrest Gump was more intellectually inclined than you, bruh? He wasn't a very smart man, but he was still smarter than you. Ain't that wild? You can hit it, it's okay. Ram my truck with your bike. Everybody else rams it with everything else. The birds shit on it. The cats scratch it and shit on it. That's another thing. Them cats down there were killing me, y'all. Those cats were absolutely killing me. I mean, it was every other night. And I'd park somewhere new and there'd be more cats there. I'd park somewhere new and there'd be more cats there. And Jacksonville is disgusting. The Mayport area is one of the nastiest cities that I've ever visited in my entire life. And it did not look like that in 2019. It didn't look like that in 2020. It's crazy. That place has went to hell since Biden was in office. I don't know what's happening in Jacksonville, but it's disgusting. It stinks. Homeless people everywhere, meth heads everywhere. I've never seen a meth problem like I see in Jacksonville. You see whole families mething out together. Whole families. The grandma, the daughter, the father-in-law, the son-in-law. Whole families just mething, tweaking out their mind. I was in a gas station and there was a family in there, a father, a little girl, a little boy, and a mother. And the mother and father were so high on meth. I still look back on that, and it's one of those things where if I would have called the law, then I would have somehow been turned into the bad guy for calling the law on these people when they were clearly tweaking out of their freaking minds. Everybody in the store was so uncomfortable. There was a guy in front of me, so it was the meth-headed couple with their children standing at the front of the gas station, and they were trying to pay for some stuff, but they were so methed out of their mind, they were like tweaking everywhere. They were doing all this weird arm stuff. The guy's bending over on the floor. You usually see that with heroin. But anyways, it was weird. And the poor children looked dirty as hell. Dirty little noses, dirty little faces, dirty little fingernails, dirty clothes. They're standing at the front counter trying to pay for stuff, and there's a guy standing in front of me, and then it's me. And the guy in front of me he is visibly uncomfortable. He is shifting on his feet. He keeps placing his arms in front of him, then behind him, then in front of him, and he's like shifting. Visibly uncomfortable. Not to mention the people behind me, you could see that they were visibly uncomfortable. It was crazy. And I was having a really bad day that day. I remember that. I recorded that. I remember debating, like, what the fuck? Is nobody going to call the cops right now? It was like it was normal behavior for that area. How sad. I'm sure it is. I don't even want to know the type of psychological damage that could come from being raised by two meth heads. It's horrific. Those children will never be okay. I don't understand if you knew you had a drug problem, why not just give your child up to someone who can support that child, love it, and make sure that that child is not around drugs. It's like people are so self-centered and selfish. They want it all, so they do drugs and raise a family nowadays. And it's just like, it's right in our faces and nobody even fucking questions it. I mean, for God's sakes, Kamala Harris was drunk giving damn speeches and nobody even questioned it. Well, the Republicans did. That's because they're the sensible ones, though. So, but you know what I mean? Like, there was drugs found in the White House. When I say that everybody is on drugs, I mean literally. You'd be surprised. You would be so surprised. The business owners. We used to get so many people that would come into the clubs. A lot of lawyers, a lot of doctors, people high up in the community, councilmen, House of Representatives. It's crazy, the stuff that they get into. There's evil on both sides, though. Pinellas County. I feel like I read something about Pinellas the other day. Where's my phone? Do you have my phone? Oh, it's right here. Didn't they do a drug bust? They're always doing drug busts down there. Is that with Sheriff Grady? Is that Sheriff Grady? Where is he from? I like him. And then there's another one. I think he's Latina or something. He's handsome. Tan skin, dark hair. He's another sheriff, and he got a lot of kickback because they do like TikToks where they talk about kicking in people's doors and swatting their house, and they got the big old army tank back there, and everybody swatted up. I can't think of his name either, but is that Sheriff Grady's town? Pinellas County, Florida. Where is that? Oh, God, no. I bet it smells like ass there. Look at that city. Hell no. I don't want to be anywhere like that. Fuck no. It looks like torture. Oh, it's outside of Clearwater. Yeah. Keep me away from that. That's where I'm trying to be. Ain't that sad? I'm so disappointed in humanity. I don't even want to be around them. I feel like Ted Kaczynski every fucking day. I love that man, and I wish I could go back and hug him. Ted Kaczynski was one of the greatest minds that this world ever saw, and society destroyed him. They tested drugs on him, on government. MK Ultra, ain't that what that was? Did they give Ted Kaczynski LSD? Yes. No, hold on. Yeah, he was involved in a psychological experiment in Harvard. And they gave him all kinds of shit. And they were doing mind games with him. They were playing mind games with a child. Do you know the damage that could do? You don't even know what's reality and what's not reality. Yeah, they fucked him up in the head. It's what happens. You do that too many times. Some people never come back from that. And it took him one time and he never come back. He was absolutely brilliant. And everything he said has come true. And it's crazy. The program sought to understand how to control subjects' minds, sometimes using substances such as LSD. Here, take this LSD, and then we're going to play some mind games with you to make you question reality. As it turns out, Theodore Kaczynski, aka the Unabomber, was a volunteer in a mind control experiment sponsored by the CIA at Harvard in the late 50s and early 1960s. They used him as a guinea pig, the government, as a child. He was 16 at Harvard. He was brilliant. He graduated at like fucking 12, I think. Like, kid was doing big shit. There's no reason that wonderful, brilliant man should have been wasted like this. What happened was he got disgusted with society, and he was repulsed by the direction that it was heading, and he holed up in the woods, and he started building pipe bombs. And I truly believe that if he wouldn't have done that, we still wouldn't know who he was. It's kind of sad that that's the legacy he left behind. But if he wouldn't have done that, he wouldn't have had a legacy at all. It's crazy. It's really sad. It's really sad. A chairman at the Department of Social Relations at Harvard persuaded the CIA's efforts to carry forward experiments in mind control conducted by Nazi doctors in the concentration camps. The overall program was under the control of the late Sidney Gottlieb, head of the CIA's Technical Services Division. Just as Harvard students were fed doses of LSD, psilocybin, and other potions, So too were prisoners and many unwitting guinea pigs. Sometimes the results were disastrous. A dram of LSD fed by this doctor to an unwitting U.S. Army soldier, Frank Olson, plunged Olson into escalating psychotic episodes, which culminated in Olson's fatal descent from an upper window in the Statler Hilton in New York. Whoa. So, they gave this dude LSD and he fell out of a freaking window? Do what? Who needs enemies when you got the CIA? Well, that's wild. Poor Ted. I'll never believe he was schizophrenic. I don't think he was schizophrenic. That's what they try to say. Oh, he was schizo. No. No. That's what they try to do, is write you off as crazy. Oh, they're bipolar. They're schizophrenic. They're crazy. Like Wendy Williams and Cat and Jaguar. And, they try to write them off as crazy when they're making sense, or like they're thinking around the curve or they're ahead of the curve. They try to write him off as crazy, and I truly feel like that's what they try to do with Ted. I don't think he was crazy in the slightest. I think that he was disgusted and angry, and I feel that. So I understand, I think, him a little bit more than most, because I feel like, seriously, there's a part of him inside of me. I'm disgusted by technology. I absolutely hate it. I've talked about on this channel before, especially recently. I've said this is exhausting. I hate going on camera. It's not that I hate going on camera. It's that I always feel like I have to be working. I always feel like I have to have the camera rolling. I always feel like I'm obligated to do this now. And it can become tiring, okay? Always having to have content and stuff. It can just be a lot at times, especially when you're having those hard days, or like, you're getting bullied and you can't even talk about it on the internet, or you're going through things and you just got to smile and act like everything's okay. That makes it even harder to get through it. And it sucks to not have anybody who is here for me in the ways that I need them to be here for me. Laughing and playing about my life is not funny to me. That is not funny in the fucking slightest. It actually pisses me off that you would even joke about my safety. You know what I mean? Stop accepting loser ass behavior. And once again, like I said, I don't know if I'll ever find anybody that loves me the way that I know I can be loved, and the love that I have to give in return. It's like, I don't know. I guess I'm a little crazy. If I knew somebody was messing with my man, well, honey, can you come bond me out of jail? I just kicked that man's ass. He's like, what man? I'm like the man at the lumber yard that ran his mouth to you. He's like, do what? I'm like, yeah, I went back. You know what I mean? I'm a little crazy. And I'm being facetious with that. I would never put our financial freedom in jeopardy like that. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you say you're interested in me and then you don't even have my back, that's crazy to me. Pay attention to what people don't say. Once again, it's what they don't say. And what they do say, you got to read through the lines, because they're really telling you something different. They're really telling you what their motives are. They're telling you what they're interested in. Absolutely. What their motives are and what they're interested in. But they're not going to flat out say it. They're going to, in a roundabout way, say it. They're going to be hinting around it. You know what I mean? People tell you who they are. They really do. You just have to listen and pay attention and read through the bullshit. This place seems pretty cool. I don't see no girls. I've seen nothing but men. What is going on? It's like Florida is just full of guys. Seriously, there's no bitches here. Jacksonville's the same way. So weird. What's the man to woman ratio in Jacksonville, Florida? I didn't know if it was going to pick it up. Says 51% being female. How? There's no way. Maybe it's because I'm in the Mayport area and there's a lot of like industrial and then the military bases there. Maybe that's why. I don't never see. I might see one woman to every 20 or 30 men over there. And here today too. I seen a couple earlier that walked by here. It was a girl and her man. That's the only girl I've seen since I pulled up. It's kind of weird. It's like, where are all the women? Oh, they at home, sitting on their asses. Joking. I'm joking. Oh God, that's funny. Did y'all hear? Thank you for that, Miss Real Queen. Opossum. Is that opossum? Am I getting that right? Did y'all see Jaguar Wright talking about what happened to Justin Bieber? So apparently, y'all remember when Justin Bieber was like 13 or 14 and he went to go stay at P. Diddy's house for 48 hours? You know who co-signed that? Usher. Allegedly. Usher had a conservatorship over Bieber. I got a hair in my mouth. Can you help me? I feel like I'm going to die. So Justin Bieber's parents, I do believe his mother, had signed conservatorship over to Usher. Well, you know, Usher is the one that signed, or P. Diddy is the one that got Usher started. So after Usher gets his feet in the ground, he started co-signing other artists, and he started helping other artists start off like P. Diddy had helped him. So Justin Bieber was one of those children. And so apparently, allegedly, as Jaguar Wright said, she said on a podcast the other day that Usher had received conservatorship over Justin Bieber. His mother had allowed this, and that Usher had Justin living with him, and he actually handed Justin to P. Diddy for 48 hours as payment. Can we go check on Justin? I believe every word of it. I believe every word of it. I know it. Listen, I have lived that life without being a child star. So if it can happen to me, a little nobody from a small ass town, it can happen to a fucking celebrity. And you best believe that they trade these children, they use them as currency in Hollywood. It's disgusting. Most child stars are pretty open, especially in recent years, about the absolute torture they've had to go through to be a star. People like Jenny McCarthy, she's talked about, what is that her name? I'm happy my mom died. That girl, she wrote a book. She was a child star. She got abused by her own mother. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I think it's really sad. I hope that that's not true, but I do believe it. I believe every bit of it because, and whatever happened to that little white girl that P. Diddy adopted? They really messed him up. He's really going through it. I think he's on drugs. In my opinion, I think Justin's on drugs. I think he's back on drugs. He's been on drugs before. Him and Selena used to do some shit together, allegedly. There's surveillance footage of them in the fucking crack hood buying drugs, okay? How much more evidence do you need? They were both like 18 years old at the time, and they are in the hood of Hollywood. In this like bodega, there's footage of this. You can go find it on YouTube. There's footage of Selena and Justin in the summer heat with sweaters on, acting paranoid outside of this bodega like they're looking for somebody. It's crazy. So I do think that Justin probably had a drug problem and Selena stepped away from that relationship. That is my belief. It will forever be my belief, allegedly, or in my opinion. I think that Justin and her maybe dabbled in a little drugs, and Selena's team, she tried and he tried, but it just didn't work, and it was young love, and we've all been there. But I think Selena, I think that she cleaned herself up, and he has at times too, but then he falls into like cult churches, and he falls into like gurus, and he falls into stuff all the time. It's almost like he's searching for something, to like fill the void. And it appears to me that he is on drugs. He does not look good. He's been erratic. He's been on live ranting about crazy stuff. He's been very secretive and coded. You know what I mean? Very secretive and coded. You try to find the scoop. I wish I had time to. I don't feel like I find the scoop anymore. That's what sucks. Is I want to find the scoop, but I can't make nothing fall together right. Everything goes wrong all at once. I had such good plans for today. I wanted to film out there, and it just sucks. It just sucks. Nothing went right. It was a beautiful day, and my phone's. I don't know what to do about that. There's not much I can do. I'm probably going to wait for the sun to go down and then go to bed. That's part of the reason I go to bed early every night, is because I haven't been getting good sleep. When you're being stalked every night and they're waking you up 5-6 times a night, you're exhausted. You wake up feeling like you didn't get no sleep because you never even went into deep sleep because you was woke up every 2 hours for the past 6, It just sucks. I don't think people could really conceptualize. Maybe that's what I should do. You want to be homeless for a day? Come trade lives with me. I've offered this before. You think you can do it? You get a $30 limit for the entire day. Gas tank starts on E. And you got to go find resources for the day. You got to take a shower. You got to figure out where to do that. You got to get food 3 times. Figure out where to do that. And then you're going to have to go to the bathroom, I don't know, 5 to 10 times a day. So you got to figure out where to do that. And you can't do it all at the same place at the same time. So I would love to give a tour if you want to come van life with me for a day. I think the best part to do was to act. What if you just come and sleep in my car for a night, let me film it, and then you can pretend like you're me for a night, and they won't know that it's not you in here. They'll see my truck and know that it's me. Let's see if you can wake up and go to work the next morning. It's crazy. Good thing I don't have a job. I probably would be in jail. I'd have gone to work and slapped some lady for asking me for a ranch. Because I ain't had no sleep. I'm at work showing my ass because of people bullying me. I'm in there being a bully because I'm cranky. You know? Like, it's crazy. Yeah, that whole area, those meth heads have gotten worse. They cleaned that area up, and since it got warm, now all the meth heads are back. So it's just not going to work out. It's not, maybe I can visit the beach, and I don't know. I'm really thinking about canceling my new gym membership and moving my gyms to another gym. I'm going to have to do something because I need to be able to be on the open road all the time. That's every time I stop and I stay somewhere longer than a week, I start having these problems. If I keep it moving to city every 2 or 3 days, everything's fine. It's only when I get a routine down, I get a schedule, you guys have been with me since we've been back in Jacksonville. We go to the beach, we go to the gym, we get food, we go to the Dollar Tree, we clean out the truck, we're back at the park, we hang out the beach, we cook at the beach, and we go to bed. I have a routine because that's who I am. I'm an adult. I mean, I know. I'm joking. But, like, you know what I mean? And it's always people that don't have a schedule that are out here messing with me. But if I keep it moving, then things are fine. I thought I made money with YouTube too. Listen, y'all, you would need a substantial amount of followers to actually make legitimate money to live off of. That's what I was explaining earlier, is that someone had gifted me my truck payment for the past 2 months, and now I've blocked this person. I know what y'all are saying. You dumb bitch. Why didn't you just milk him? Because I'm not like that. I don't play those games. I don't use people. I simply wanted to get to know him, and I was allowing him to get to know me, and it was pretty much impossible. Every time I had a concern or needed to talk about my life, he's trying to make jokes about it. That's not cool. My life is not a fucking joke. And if you think it is, then you're not, actually not into me for the reasons that you need to be into me. You're only interested in me for one reason. It's just crazy, man. I've pretty much, unfortunately, had to behave like this with anybody I've ever dated because it's the same shit. It's like you go in and everything's fine for the honeymoon stage, and then reality sets in and the bullshit starts. The mind games, the manipulation, the lack of concern, the lack of initiative, the lack of communication, the lack of respect. It's just like, it's so exhausting that for the past 5 years, I've been content being by myself. At least I have peace of mind, and I don't have to wonder and jump through hoops, and I don't feel gaslit, and I don't feel crazy. At least I have peace in my life when I am single. I am happy. I am content. I am whole. Yeah. Makes me so angry. Yeah. No, YouTube, I would say that you would probably need around 100,000 followers, and you would have to be putting in over half of your day. You know, you need to be constantly editing and stuff, which is expected. It's a job. Um, but yeah, they don't pay anywhere what you think. I did a video the other day. I think, what was it, 39,000? Y'all remember that? It was $2.13 I made off of almost 40,000 views. That was for the ads that played on the video. So, you know, and I make like maybe, I think like $100 a month off of my subscriptions. And thank you so much to my channel, my bronze members, gold members, and silver members. Is there a silver? Surely there's a silver if there's a bronze and a gold, right? But yeah, it's just crazy. I don't know. You know, when I went to jail in October for that Planet Fitness situation, I had made my first real check. It was $1,300. And then I was in jail for 6 days. My channel, you know, if you don't post for like 2 or 3 days, your whole channel will go to shit. It will. It'll throw off the algorithm. It can mess your numbers up for life. You never get it back. Missing a week on YouTube, oh, that's a big no-no. That's a big no-no. People don't talk about these things, but they're so real. You can be shadow banned on there by YouTube. That's where they don't push your content out there. So in October, when I went to jail, I got my first check for $1,300. Then I had to come up with $2,000 to get out of jail. I think it was $2,500, wasn't it? What was my bond? Yeah, it was $2,500 because it was $25,000 when I was the victim of a crime. You know, I wasn't even shocked. Y'all remember when I was arrested, I was on live. I just accepted it. He said, turn around and put your hands behind your back. I said, y'all, I'm being arrested right now. I mean, you know, once you've already been to jail and had your child stolen over a lie and been framed as a child abuser, you're not even shocked when they lock you up for some bullshit like that. You already know how evil they are, what power they have. I forgot, though. I forgot. And that Planet Fitness situation sparked a fire in me. And I think I told y'all that when I got out of jail. I'd forgotten the power of them. I truly feel like God put me through that again so that I could remember what they did to me and my daughter, because I'd forgotten. The 6 years that I was on drugs, I tried to forget. I'd forgotten how much power they have, how they can do whatever they want, falsify report, plant evidence, lie. They can just blatant lie. They just make up shit. The government, the court system, Department of Social Services, the police. If you're wondering who I'm talking about, I'd forgotten. That Planet Fitness thing made me, it reignited a fire in me that I, the anger and despair that I had when they stole my kid and violated my civil rights. My attorney said that in open court. She said, Your Honor, this is illegal. I couldn't believe it. I wanted to die when she said that for the first time in my life. That woman was probably one of the only people that ever stood up for me. She was the only person that stood up for my daughter besides me. It's crazy to see an attorney say in open court, this is illegal, this is a violation of her civil rights, her child was taken illegally. It's crazy to hear those words and to have it court reported. It's recorded in the report from the court day. It's crazy. And to still know all of these people that were standing in that courtroom, hear my attorney say this and tell this to a judge, and then recuse herself because the judge is being racist. And she recused herself. She quit. She quit working for the family court system too, completely. So I know that what happened to me was illegal and wrong because there was an attorney that quit working the entire system after my child was stolen. She couldn't handle it anymore. She said she could not handle it. That woman, I don't know where she is, but I'm forever grateful to you. You're one of the few people that know the truth. One of the few people that know the truth. And I would love to have her on here and talk about it. Absolutely. I would love that. God, absolutely love that. Doubt it ever happened. She probably has a whole new career now, making good money, helping people. They can do whatever they want, and they will. And if they don't like you, they'll stop at nothing to destroy you. Mind, body, and spirit. Mississippi. MISSIPPIPIPI. Break it down. I remember that. MISSISSIPPIPIPI. Break it down. It was like a whole hopscotch skip thing. Raphael, I went to church, my first Catholic mass before Easter, the start of Holy Week. That was actually really fun. And then I went to a Baptist church on Easter. That was really fun too. Yeah. I don't really care as long as they're like traditional, as long as it's like a traditional service, no bright lights, none of that stuff. Like I don't need a concert. I'm here to hear I'm here to hear the Lord's word, not your word. Okay, I don't need you to sing for me. Try to razzle dazzle me. Look over here while Satan, is running the church. Because in my opinion, that's what it is. When they got them bright lights and they're trying to throw a concert in there, that's Satan trying to lure you into him. That's not what church is supposed to be. That's how they make money, though. That's how they get the new people in there. You know what I mean? What is going on? They say the truth will set you free. That's a load of crap. You're right. Yeah, they don't want to believe the truth. It's easier to believe a lie. It's so much easier to believe a lie. And it makes people feel good to believe lies. Because, like lies that have been said about me on the internet. I'm a prostitute. I'm still a stripper. What's some of the lies I've heard? I got Critter Bones as my sugar daddy. His wife and me are in a threesome. I've heard some wild shit, okay? It's easier. It makes a person feel better about themselves to believe a lie. Because the dirt that they're doing doesn't look so bad in comparison to believing a lie. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like, if I'm a dirty whore out here with Critter and his wife in a love triangle, it makes them feel better about the fact that their boyfriend doesn't love them and uses them for just sex. Oh, and they cheat on him. It doesn't make them feel so bad if they can say that I'm a dirty whore like they are. Do you get it? That's why people believe lies. That's exactly why people believe lies, because it makes them feel better about their situation. People, you would think most people, like me, you come and tell me some outlandish story, I'm going to know if it's true or not. Because I'm going to be, whoever you're telling me, first of all, I don't do gossip, so please don't come tell me any stories about gossip if you ever see me out here. I don't care what Susan's doing on the south side. I don't care what Aaron's doing on the east side. I don't care. I talk about people on here because it impacts my daily life. When it comes to like relationships out here, I don't do that drama stuff. I don't talk about my friends, and I don't talk about my friends to my other friends. You know what I mean? Because that's a fake friend. What me and my friend talk about stays between me and my friend, and friend A and me, we don't discuss what friend A and B says. You know what I mean? But anyways, what was I talking about? Oh, the lies, the why people believe lies. Yeah, they believe lies because it makes them feel good about themselves, and it's easier to believe lies because people always want to see the worst in somebody. They really do. Most people see the worst and the bad in somebody before they even attempt to get to know a person, because and if you're pretty, like if you're a pretty girl, that's even worse. Sorry, I thought it was a law. It's even worse. If you're a pretty girl, society wants to beat you down and make you seem like you're the bad guy always. And victims too. They victim blame so bad. So bad. I see both sides of that though. Because you have girls out here that are money hungry, and they do take guys for advantage, and they do try to manipulate and con and stuff like that. So I understand when those men that have been taken advantage of feel some type of way. But I'm nothing like that, and I've never done no shit like that. It's just crazy how, I guess, men lump women into a category, and women do that with men too. Like all men are bad. I'd rather be in the woods with a bear type of thing. You know what I mean? Like I get more harassment by clearly single men that are interested in me than, because if if they weren't, then they wouldn't be harassing me. It's like a school child that has to come up and push you and say, I hit you. And it's just, they got a crush on you. It's the same thing. If I wasn't a pretty girl, they wouldn't be out here harassing me. They wouldn't even care. You know what I mean? They care because I'm a pretty girl, because they're interested in me. And most of them, yeah. Most of them clearly have never even had a girlfriend. That's why they run when you chase them. We've never met face to face. That's right. Well, this is what I've been telling y'all, is all the lies you read and all the bullshit that's spewed, none of that is coming from people that actually know me. None of it. Not one single lie that has ever been posted on the internet is even true, first of all. But second of all, none of those people know me. They've never met me. This is all just random losers, like the random losers that come and stalk me at night and try to mess with me. It's the same random losers that would come to the internet and spew lies about me that have never even met me. It's crazy. Your energy is infectious. Is that what we calling it? Infectious? Like an infection? I get it. I know. It's like taking over your system. Infectious. That word kind of is different, like moist, you know? It's just one of them words. Oh. Oh, does that say kid? We can't have kids over here, sweetie. Hello, Julian. We're being lazy today again because we went to the park and then that didn't work, so we had to leave. It sucks. I do need to go in here. I just don't feel like working out because I didn't have no sleep, and now I'm stressed. I just don't know what I'm going to do with school, you know? It's like, if I had papers due today, I would be so fucked. I would be a complete wreck right now if I had papers due today for school. Or Monday, you know what I mean? Like, I would be a wreck. And that's another problem I'm having, is how to even charge my computer, because I don't know if this thing hooks up to my truck, fam. I'm scared. I'm scared to hook it up to my truck. Damn thing will damn drain my brand new battery. I just spent $300-400 on a new battery not too long ago. If I break down, I don't even have a way to get jumped off, you know? And I don't want one of these fuckers out here jumping me off. I don't know these people. Remember when I remember when I ran up on that boulder and the whole front of the truck was setting off the ground? And that guy in the yellow truck kept circling me like a vulture. That was all on camera. Remember that? And I was like, I have help on the way. And it was like raining, and this guy keeps going by. And I mean, he went by like 3, 4, or 5 times, kept circling me in this parking lot. I ran up on a rock. Listen, I couldn't see over my dash. I didn't even know that. Why would that boulder be in a parking lot? Why is there a boulder the size of Texas in a damn paved parking lot? Riddle me this, Batman. Did it fall out of the sky? Is that a meteor? It was this big. It's bigger than me. I went to turn out the parking spot and ran right up on that big ass boulder. I had wheels off the ground, fam. It was not good. It was not good. It started to rain. I was like, oh my God. Shit was wild. I was like, this is crazy. Cop shows up. I don't think this is going to work. No. Oh, it does have that port. It's got that one. I was worried that it wasn't going to have that third prong. Let's see if this charges. I haven't tried it yet. The charge lasted like it's been charged since I bought it. That's how long that thing lasts. It's been 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 3 weeks. Let's see if I get a light. Well, does that mean it's working? Well, no, that's glowing. Oh, God. It hurts so bad. I don't know what I'm going to do at this point. I think that, you know, if I have to make some poor decisions and go back to a club just to pay my bills, I'm just going to have to do it. I don't think it'll end well. We've already tried this. They're all prostitution houses, and I don't sell ass. So I actually can perform. I actually have rhythm. I actually have talent to be shared. Once again, these poor girls put all of their value right into what's between their legs nowadays, and they do that to themselves. I mean, yeah. What is that noise? This thing. Why is that buzzing? Oh, hell no. Can you hear that? Is something about to blow? Oh, that shit's draining my battery. Look at this. I'm gonna have to unplug that. It's draining my battery. Shit. Well, oh shit. Oh my God, I got a scratch on it. Can't have shit. I need a computer case. That ain't gonna work. It's buzzing too. I hope that, I've never plugged this thing up before, so I don't know if it's supposed to be making that noise or if I got a defective one. Probably. My luck. I'm surprised it didn't explode. Oh my God, y'all wanna hear something crazy? I saw a patrol car stop this guy in like this little flatbed Chevy truck the other day, right? It was a video on YouTube here. And this guy, the cop approaches the car. He was speeding. They're always speeding. No tags, broken headlight. The cop pulls him out the car and he's like, "Can I search your car?" And the guy says, "Yeah." I don't know what he was thinking. The cop goes to reach through the car to shuffle around some stuff on this, like, it was one of those one-seater trucks, you know, with the 2 doors and it's just one flat seat inside. The cop goes to rummage around and a freaking pipe bomb explodes. The shit they go through, though. Listen, I don't like them fuckers, but I will admit, that was fucking wild. He says, oh my fucking, it didn't hit him. The explosion happened in like the front floorboard of the passenger seat, and he's in the driver's seat rummaging around, and the freaking truck just rocks. I mean, you can hear it and almost feel it through the body cam footage. It rocks the whole inside of the cabin of the truck. It's like boom. And the cop, and I'm sure that shit was loud. I bet his freaking head was ringing, you know, like his ears like the cop immediately pulls his body out and stands up, and he's like, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? You know, this methed out SOB had the audacity to say, it must have been the airbag. He had like a pound of meth, pipe bombs, and then he tries to gaslight the cop. It was the airbag? Is that what we're going with? You loony. How long have you been up? Because you're believing your own delusions right now. It was the airbag. The cop was like, no, it wasn't. Like, he's like, you're not gaslighting me, fam. Yes, that video is here on YouTube. I'm sure if you Google suspect had pipe bomb that exploded in cop's face, you could probably find it. Something like that. It was crazy. That thing said, as soon as he bent over, that thing said, boom. Apparently, that guy was not only like wanted, but he was selling drugs. He had a ton of meth, firearms, stuff he wasn't even supposed to have. Complete menace to society. And then here he is with pipe bombs, and as this cop is searching the car, it explodes in his face. It's a miracle he's alive. I mean, it was literally 6 inches from him. You can see the explosion in the front seat of the car, and he steps out. He's like, what the F? What was that? What the F was that? And this methed out loony says it was the airbag. As if there's not like pipe bomb all in the front seat of the dash now, you know. There's like, I just envisioned like the cops having to search the car the second time, and there's like half of a metal pipe, PVC pipe, shoved into the damn air conditioning unit of the damn car. Like, it exploded and rocked that thing. That cop, he missed life by death by an inch. That stuff was so, it was crazy. And that guy was wanted. He said, boom. Hello. Hey, Brax. He said it's the airbag. God. I bet cops, that's like a telltale, that's a red flag for cops when suspects start giving out delusional stories. I bet that's a huge red flag for cops, for people on drugs. Like, you know, y'all ever seen some of the damn cop videos? They'll pull them over and they'll be like, where are you headed tonight? And Brenda will be like, oh, well, we just come from my cousin's Mike's house, and then we're going to head over to Stephanie's house. But don't worry, the baby in the back seat ain't ours, but, you know, it's my sister's neighbor's baby. And da-da-da. They give these crazy random stories. It's like, he's like, can you get out of the car? And she's like, yeah, but I ain't got no shoes. He's like, well, what happened to your shoes? And then she goes on a whole nother meth spiel while twitching and geeking out. Like, I'm sure that's a red flag. I'm sure you see it here. Is that not wild, critter? Is it not wild? Yeah. That cop, he barely missed it. Death. He barely missed it. That train, that long black train, was on the tracks. I'm glad that he didn't. If he would have searched the passenger side, he wouldn't be here right now. That probably would have killed him. It would have blew up right in his face. At the very least, it would have blew his fingers off in his nose, you know, give him 3rd-degree burns. And Lord forbid, I don't know if there was nuts and bolts in it. I didn't see anything or hear anything ricocheting off the inside of the car, so it didn't appear that there was any nuts or bolts in it, thank God. But if there would have been, he might not have lived then. It appeared that it was a malfunction in the bomb. Can I even say that? Jesus Christ. It seemed like it was a malfunction, and maybe it wasn't even built right, because the explosion was nowhere near as large as it should have been, and I didn't hear any like shrapnel coming out of it. I feel like we would have seen that on the video. You've seen it, so I feel like you would have saw shards going everywhere. Now, I've never seen a pipe bomb explosion, but because of Ted Kaczynski, I know what goes in them, and it's absolutely nuts and bolts. And the reason for that is once the explosion happens, all of that shrapnel kills people. It'll go through you like a bullet. The explosion will throw all of those nuts and screws into your body and kill you. And so that's what a pipe bomb is. It's a large explosion that has penetrational devices in it. You know what I'm trying to say. It's got shit that'll penetrate you to your soul, honey, and kill you. That metal will fuck you up. So, and I don't know if they're all built like, Lord have mercy. Can we even talk about this? Demonetized. The whole channel taken down. Oh, I can't today. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? I don't even know if we can talk about this. I did see a powder. I did see a powder. I did. And that's why the guy said it was an airbag. I know that's right. Smoke some for me. Are all pipe bombs created equal? I'm joking. So they're called improvised explosive devices. So AKA, this is the poor man's bomb. What we got laying around the house, George? Go to the drunk drawer and just collect a bunch of paper clips. So it's called the poor man's, I'm joking, the improvised explosive device known as the pipe bomb, or one of the most popular devices used by terrorists. Really sad. I've seen some horrific videos out of the Middle East where they actually strap these things to children. We're not going to talk about it. I've cried enough today. My head hurts. They use them as decoys. Their lives are absolutely like a lamb being led to slaughter. It's horrific. What am I looking for? An answer. Are all pipe bombs the same? Surely they're not. No, not monetized. Oh, God. You know what I meant. A copyright strike. Or no. Don't they demonetize it because you said something bad in it? I don't even know how that works. I really be coming to YouTube like, we gonna do this shit my way. They crazy. You gotta set boundaries with everybody, even your employer, honey. So it uses a tightly sealed section of pipe filled with explosive material. Simple low explosives can be used to produce a relatively large explosion. Yeah, the fragmentation of the pipe itself creates potentially lethal shrapnel, but don't they also fill it with, I didn't even think about the pipe itself. I'm sure it does. And it's metal too. That's scary. Yeah, that cop got lucky, man. It doesn't tell me. Yeah, I'm sure they probably make them a bunch of different ways. I think Ted used his were, well, that's one of the ways they caught him, right? How did they catch Ted Kaczynski? Didn't they catch him through materials? No, his brother called in a tip. That damn snitch. Listen, y'all, it be your own people. I mean, and rightfully so. He was killing people. But it be your own people is my point. It be your own people. Every time. Every time. It be the ones closest to you. Smoke blunts with you. They see your picture. Now they want to grab their guns and come and get you. Who was that? Biggie. Thinking Biggie won't slip. I got the... Oh, man. That's Warning. That's one of my favorite songs by him. Why can't I get this in a hole? That's crazy. When that cop said, "Are you in a relationship?" I said, "No." He said, "Oh, well, who's Critter?" I said, "What the fuck is going on?" I said, "What is going on?" He says, "Oh, are you sure you're not like?" Yes, I'm in a love triangle. We took a Disney cruise together. That's where we met. Isn't that not crazy? Got motherfuckers out here thinking I'm in a three-way with people I ain't never even met. What is this? A long distance love triangle? People are crazy. Some of the shit the cops have hit me with, especially when I was in North Carolina and they called me over to search my car and stuff, make sure there was no trackers on it. Some of the shit they hit me with is so surprising. I do like a more forward, straight to the point conversation. I appreciate that shit. Just be blunt with me. Stop beating around the bush and tell me. Yeah, crazy. You know, I almost wonder if those lies off the internet is why. Do y'all remember when we were in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and that guy pulled up to the ATM and he pulled money out and he kept staring me down and then he parked in front of me and he put the money on his dash? Do you remember that? Maybe that some of the internet lies that have been spread is why certain men have act that way, because it looked like he was trying to proposition me, like he thought I was a hooker. He went to the ATM, he grabs the money, he pulls in front of me, he's literally staring me down, he can't take his eyes off of me. I recorded most of that too. That situation was crazy because then he pulls up right in front of my truck and he kind of has me like kind of blocked in, and he takes the wad of money and sets it on his dash so I can see it, like I was gonna get out of the car and come running over and be like, oh, let me just climb in your passenger seat and you can just go murder me in the woods. Oh god, here, I brought you a weapon. Like seriously, I didn't, I wonder if that's why I've had instances like that, because of the shit that's been said on the internet. So guys are like, they read it and they believe that bullshit. And that man, God, I cussed him till sun up, till sundown. He finally left. He pulls in behind me, and as he's going down the damn hill, he's still looking out the back window at me. I said, Lord have mercy, what just happened? I am so confused. So confused. You know what it is that I live out of a car, and so he probably was just some pervert that saw that I lived out of a car and thought that maybe I lived out of a car because of drugs, and figured that he could just lure me with some fucking money. Seriously. There's only one or two logical explanations as to what went down that afternoon. Either A, he believed some shit off the internet and was trying to proposition me with money, or B, he saw that I lived out of a car and was trying to proposition me with money, thinking that I was probably some junkie or something. I don't know. But one of them things happened, you know what I mean? Like one of the two. I can't tell you why he's out here acting like this. I just know what he's doing, and I know what he means, and I know what he wants, and it ain't for me. Nope. Sir, you gonna make me go into fight or flight. Mm-mm. Oh no, don't do that stuff. I don't know about that stuff. I kind of want to go to the beach now. I'm sure it would be a headache though, so I'm not. I have on shorts, goober. Why do y'all, what? Somebody says, um, it keeps me off fentanyl and subs. Yeah, Suboxone is horrible. Well, if you need it to get clean, then I guess it's all right. But y'all, that burger is so fucking nasty. Maybe it's just my taste buds during this time. I can't believe I bought that. I'm kind of mad because it don't taste good. I knew I wasn't hungry, but I was trying to eat because my head hurts. But sometimes I just go through these moods where I'm not hungry. I can't get an appetite for anything. And usually it's been so hot. Y'all know how it is when it's hot. You can't eat when you're hot. Like, I can't. Maybe you can, but it's been so hot it makes it hard to eat. Janice, I think it probably makes me sick too. I know, that's what I said. I said they really jealous of Critter and his wife over here. I said, wow, that's making them lose their minds. I guess because people are too nosy and in my business, and I don't have to explain nothing to nobody, and they just want answers, and so they just make up shit, you know? I just take the powder. Yeah, I ain't done none of that. I ain't done none of that. Kratom is poison. Yeah, I got off of Suboxone in October when I went to jail. That was one, I guess, silver lining in that whole situation. Because I went into jail and I didn't have my medicine. And I actually talked to God in that moment. I was like, please help me get through this. This is what we're doing. I need to do this. This is the perfect time, God. And so I did it. And I got out of jail 6 days later. I finally made bond. And I stuck with it. And I'm glad that I have. I'm glad that I have. Yeah, I don't ever want to go back to doing drugs or being around people that do drugs. Because when you're mixed up with stuff like that, there's no loyalty, there's no honesty, there's no respect. If you're having to deal with somebody that is on drugs, they're not themselves, and they'll never be the best version of themselves until they get clean. And it's best to keep people like that at a huge arm's length. I don't associate with any drug addicts. I refuse to. If I even know that you have a problem with alcohol, I stay the fuck away from you. It's been hard for me to stay away from alcohol. So why would I want to be around somebody that's going to make that worse for me? If he's doing it, then I'm going to be doing it. It's not what I need. Not what I need at all. Matter of fact, the person I'm going to marry will probably have no prior knowledge of drugs or alcohol. The last two people that I've tried to talk, well, the one guy that I dated, he didn't know anything about drugs, and that was kind of bad because he couldn't relate and understand what I was going through when I was on the Suboxone and coming off the heroin and stuff. But most people I've dated, they were drug users too. It doesn't start out like that. You usually start out clean, and then the relapse happens together. And that's why I refuse to be with anybody that has a prior history of drug use, because it would put us both in jeopardy of relapsing. So I need to be with somebody who has a basic understanding and an empathetic attitude toward recovery. He has a base level knowledge and an empathetic attitude towards recovery. I need to be with somebody like that that has no prior drug history. Most addicts need to be with people that have no prior drug history. You need somebody that's going to hold you accountable. Drug addicts getting together, it's very rare for them to stay clean together. It does happen, but when people are first going into recovery, they teach you that you are not supposed to be dating for like over a year. And I think they tell you to start off with a house plant. And if you can keep that alive for a year, then you can move to a pet. And if you can keep that alive for a year, then you can think about a relationship. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. Because we live in a time of instant gratification. It's like if people want to rush into everything, new relationships. That's exactly why people hop from people to people. It's something new and exciting. How sad. How sad. I don't want nothing new and exciting. I want you picking my nose at my damn kitchen table and me catching you and laughing about it. Like, yeah, okay. Oh, now 20 years later, I catch you finally picking your nose. Like, like I want like normal. Like, I want normal. Yeah. God, I'm sore. Maybe that's why I'm ill too. I'm sore. My traps, I got it good yesterday. My delts, and my traps. So sobriety is much better than high. I agree. I agree. When you're in it, though, you don't realize that. Like, when you're out living on the streets and you're involved in drug use, you don't realize how great it is being sober. It's only after you get sober, you're like, oh my God, this is great. And then, like, I look back and I'm like, how have I stayed clean? Because it's like, the longer I stay clean, the worse things get. And they've gotten better in the past few months, but, like, that's not going to last. It never does. So, freaking, and that's probably my fault because my expectations are not high. My expectations are pretty normal. Don't want you to lie to me. Don't want you to gaslight me. Don't want you to call me crazy. Don't want you, like, anybody that's behaving that way, they're really questioning who you are. And I don't want to be with anybody questioning who I am because I make it very clear who I am. If you're not understanding who I am, then it's because you're not listening. Plain and simple. Yeah. I was about to say something else about that, but I forgot. My brain hurts. Hello, Jimmy. 53 houseplants and 2 dogs. 53. If you don't know how to spell properly, you're probably too young to be here. I don't really think you can drive. I hope not. Were you in my way this morning? Y'all, the traffic getting over here was absolute hell. It's a much smaller area, but, like, the problem is that it doesn't matter where I go, people still recognize my truck and try to start shit. And even putting, getting the whole cameras and everything. Like I said, if I share that, then it's going to entice these little pricks to come out and act a fool to try to get on my channel. You know what I mean? Hello, hello. So I don't think it's a smart idea to, if somebody damages my car again, like the security guard, or stabs my tire out, of course I'll post it. But with these fools coming out and doing the same shit that the other same idiots did yesterday and the day before and the day before, yeah, I don't know. I think that it would entice bad behavior because it already has. Just me talking about certain stuff entices bad behavior. And that was what I was talking about when I say that I have control and power over people, and I did not know that. Hello. Me too. 1 house plant and 3 outside. Yeah, it's crazy because I call, like my insurance company or my truck people, and they tell me that people have called them off the internet. The gym, when I went to the YMCA, apparently they got a bunch of calls, lies. It's just crazy. I can't go nowhere without people stalking me and harassing me. But if I did that, then I would be the bad guy. So why is it okay to do it to me? Because you believe a lie? Because you're simple-minded? Because you're ignorant? Because you want to touch my butt? And I'd never be interested in you, and you fail to realize that the reason I'd never be interested in you is because you're the type of person that would try to bully a woman who's never harmed anyone that wasn't asking for it. It's crazy. So I just want y'all to know that when it goes down one day, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Because I know it's coming to a head. It's been almost 2 years I've had to deal with it. I'm exhausted. I'm just, I've turned the other cheek so many times. I'm exhausted. I walked away from that entire Planet Fitness situation, and I got in trouble for something I didn't even do. I got lied on, had my name dragged through the mud, just like with my daughter. Same situation. And I just know that it's going to come to a head one day. It's not me. I wish I could nap. I'm exhausted. If I could go to bed right now, I'd stay asleep till tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. There's just nowhere to park. You're always out in the open, and that's the problem. You know what I mean? You got to park at Walmart or a gym, a shopping center. And like I said, people just ride by and see my car. And then they always recognize them, and I can hear it slow down. I'll be on my phone back there. Then I'll hear some loud car and engine start to go by, and then I can hear it slow down. I'm like, why ain't they speeding up if they pulling out? Why are you slowing down when you leave a Walmart? So then it'll be 2 seconds later, I'll hear them pull around the front of my truck. I'm like, oh, here we go. I mean, ain't it sad that I have so many scenarios that I can just pop off? I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. The amount of shit that I go through every week. It's crazy. And I did nothing to nobody. I've done nothing to nobody. You know, it's crazy because a lot of people say things about me on the internet. And most of the time I just brush it off. They come to my comment section, spewing lies. I just block them and move on. So let me get this right. Everybody can lie and scheme and scam and say that I'm this horrible person, but when I defend myself, I'm the bad guy. Why is that even sensible? In what reality is that even logical? Yeah, no, I know exactly who did that. That is the guy that filmed me getting out of the shower. Do y'all remember? So I was working at a bar in Jacksonville. I was running this place called Stalkers, and this guy would come in. He played pool, and he was a dork. He was younger than me. I already had a bad feeling from the start. It was my own fault because I was desperate. So, anyways, we go on a couple dates, and he is not mature. Okay, first of all, I'm in the passenger seat. First of all, I don't ride with people because of shit that I'm about to tell you about. This is why I'm a control freak. Ladies, listen up. If you ever get in a car with a man and he starts driving erratic and fastly with you in the passenger seat, you tell that son of a bitch to pull over and you call you an Uber to back to wherever you need to go. That is a person that has complete disregard for not only your life and his too, but for local law. That is a dangerous person. That right there shows you a level of immaturity in a person. Now, I'm not saying that people don't get mad out here. They don't get mad and hit the accelerator. What I'm saying, though, is I got in the truck with this son of a bitch, and we had nowhere to be. We were going to, like, Lowe's or something. And he is on the freeway going almost 100 miles an hour. And I'm like, you're scaring me. And, like, you know, he kept going faster, and I kept telling him to slow the fuck down, and he wouldn't. There was so many red flags. So many red flags. He was very fake, two-faced. He would talk about people, and then he'd go do business with them. That doesn't make sense to me. That does not make sense to me. I don't fuck with people that I don't like. Plain and simple. I don't give a fuck if you call me to do a job for you. If I don't fuck with you and I know that you're going to be a Karen, I'm not coming to do that job for you. Do you get it? So I keep telling him to slow down. He finally slows down. He acts like I'm overreacting. And I'm just sitting there like, does he not realize that if this piece of shit car flips that we're both going to be dead? I mean, there's like a 70 to 80% chance because of the situation, the highway, and how fast we're going, how much traffic there is. There's no room to stop. There's fucking guardrails. There's fucking comment pillars. How old was he? 29. I know better now. So, anyways, then the other red flag, I think I told y'all about this not too long ago. I'd been gone for a while and I come back to Florida. We had not been talking, and I was like, okay, well, maybe my absence made him realize that he's extremely immature and he's mean to his family. That's a whole nother thing. Hold on. So he was actually extremely cruel and heartless to his father. He had never had a relationship with his mother. Red flag. Mommy issues. And usually when we see a lack of mommy in the household with a papa who spends money to assert love, that's a spoiled child and a grown man with a lot of entitlement. he was still living at home with his dad, claiming that that was his house. First of all, that's his father's house. His father's not dead yet. Imagine your father is 80 years old, you 29. His dad was like 89 or something, y'all, like 80. It was pitiful. And he's thin and frail. And this boy should be up cooking for his dad. No, no. Completely disrespectful, cold-hearted, mean, wouldn't do shit for his daddy. That told me a lot. And that was the main reason that I stopped talking to him. So I left, come back. And I was like, well, maybe he's thought about what I said about family. Because I kept trying to express to him that that's all he has. And once his father's gone, he's going to have no one else. And he's going to regret not talking to his father and having a bond. Maybe he won't. And, you know, I don't think he will. I don't think he's the type of person that views human connection like a lot of us here do. And I think I knew that from the start, that he was a surface level person. That's what it is. A person that cannot comprehend the importance of human connection, the bonds that we are supposed to make, the legacy that we're supposed to leave behind, the purpose of life, the reason we're here. It's like some people don't have that level of awareness to realize how important this mission of life is. And I think for a long time I didn't know. But now that I've been clean for 5 years, I get it. I get it. I woke up. I'm awake. I'm aware. You know, this is a mission for me to do good, to change, to help. You know, and if everybody had that in their head, that this life was a mission to do good, to help, to love, the world would be a much better place. But he had a lack of emotional intelligence, okay? He was still operating like an 18-year-old kid. And he lied about several things. He lied about his position at work. He lied about that house being his. And that's not why I was talking to him at all. I actually stayed around a little longer because of his poor papa, if I'm being honest. Listen, I do that a lot. I've stayed in relationships because of kids before that wasn't even mine, trying to fill a void of not having my own kids. You can't do that. You cannot be in a relationship with one person and stay because of other people. But yeah, I come back and I hadn't seen him in a while. And I hop out of the truck and I go to give him a hug and I have on a diamond necklace. And he looks down and he grabs my necklace and he says, "Is that real? You ain't seen me in weeks. And then you see me in your first question is if my diamond necklace is real." They tell you what's on their mind. This is what I'm saying. They show you who they are if you listen. Why would why would it be so important if the necklace is real or not when you ain't seen me in forever? You should be worried about our connection. There was no connection. He's a fucking airhead. No. You're worried about my diamond necklace. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, he was very young-minded. And that's the guy that stabbed out my tire. And I know he did it for a fact because the knife tip was still in the tire. And so the bar that I used to run, we were a pool hall. We had like 10 pool tables in there. And there was a lot of pool players that played there. And one of the guys that played pool, he opened up a bar. So I went by to see him because like a year and a half after my bar closed, him and a girl that he knows opened up this bar. So I went through to see them. And it just so happened that loser that I talked to in Jacksonville, the one that acted like a fool that I just told you about, he was there at that bar. That's the only person that would have done that and the only opportunity. And I think I run around with that that knife head in my tire for like a couple of weeks. I think he went to flatten it and it didn't work and he had to break the tip off because remember, it was the tip of it in there, you know? And then the cop gets there and it was just the tip and the officer pulled it out with pliers. The officer said, "That's not a knife tip." And I knew exactly what it was. And He pulled that knife tip out and he was like, oh God, it is a knife tip. He started looking at it through a microscope to see if the edges were blunt or whatever. And I was just like, at first I thought somebody had done it in the park. But then, listen to this, then I run into a little snitch. And this little snitch, a little birdie, told me that it was him. This little birdie told me that it was him. And I can't say anymore. And then I ran into somebody else. And they said something that alluded to the fact of that situation to kind of confirm that it was the person that I thought it was. So I've had multiple people tell me that it was the person that I assumed it was months later. And it just dawned on me. I told you guys, I said, I know who done it. I freaked out that day. I was like, oh my God, I figured out who done it. Like, you know, and this is the whole reason I got away from him, because the day that I tried to like distance myself from him after the necklace incident, he come in the house with a camera rolling, filming me in the shower. And so in that moment, I said, yeah, I made a poor decision. I should have never come back here, because I had already went to North Carolina and not even tried to talk to him again. But I was back in Jacksonville looking for work. So while I was in the area, I was like, I guess we can continue to talk. And I knew from the start that he was not a good person. I could feel the energy. You know, he was telling me exactly who he was. I saw that he did shady business deals. I saw how he talked about his friends. I saw how he treated his father. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all know when they're not no good. So why do we keep just lowering our standards and putting up with the shit? We've got to do better. And I have been. That was almost 2 years ago, or yeah, a while ago. So I have been, and I've been making much better decisions. And when these red flags start popping off, when they tell me who they are, I listen now and I just block them. That's what you got to do. There's too many fish in the sea. There's too many good people out here. Not many, but too many good ones to be with somebody that don't actually appreciate you and lift you up. The whole purpose of a partner is to have somebody you can rely on and to be able to be a rock for somebody else. I see so many people get into relationships and they are so petty towards each other. It's almost like a competition. Y'all are in race against each other. Y'all are each other's worst enemies. And I don't ever want to be in a relationship like that. I can't handle it. I'll be in jail. You ain't gonna gaslight me, because I know what it looks like now. I know what it looks like. And I think that what I said today, there's been dozens of instances that I've shared here on YouTube with people going out of their way, specifically men, to make contact with me. There's no reason that this person that I was talking to, there's no reason for him to call me paranoid when it's verified that I go through these things. There's police reports. There's shit that I've posted on here. When you know it, just walk away, dude. Just walk away. You know what I mean? You have to. Anyone being pervert will be blocked. I have on shorts. Why are y'all up my crotch? Like, it's 100 fucking degrees. That's another thing. It's 100 fucking degrees and people really be out here talking about how I dress. First of all, you hating ass motherfucker. You can dress how you want to. I'm sorry that you're ashamed of your body and you suffocate in long sleeves. But like, what is going on with the blaming of victims and the blaming of women? It's like the internet turns hostile when she's pretty and speaks good things and has a good head on her shoulders, and like, what is that? I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. No wonder young women act the way they do. You can't be a good woman in today's society. They'll beat you until you decide to go back to the other side, and you know that's what they're hoping though. You know, I wonder how many people are waiting for my OnlyFans to drop that'll never drop. You know what I mean? That's what they're hoping, that the devil will take you back in and you'll fall back in the devil's arms so that they can get a piece of you. That's crazy. I wonder how much some G-Wagons cost. It don't look like it has a lot of room, but there's that girl standing beside it. It does look bigger. It's not as big as my truck, but it is. bigger than I think it is on the inside. I've never seen the inside of them. It's not really anything I can ever afford. You know what I mean? Not anything that I can ever afford. Oh, the dude with he was drunk. The dude at the boat dock. We were having a good day that day. I was on live. I was minding my business, brushing my teeth. Somebody was like, it is weird that you're brushing your teeth. I live in a car. People really think that they can roll up into McDonald's and Walmart and brush their teeth in a sink. Do you know how dumb these people are? You cannot do that. You're asking to go to jail for sleeping in a car. And yes, in some states, they can arrest you for sleeping in a car. And they will if you piss off their Walmart workers, honey. Just to get you off the street, they'll throw your ass in jail. Society already doesn't like homeless people. The cops treat homeless people even worse. So does the hospital. It's really disgusting. But, after last night and the recent stalking that I've had to go through from the homeless, I'm really not feeling bad for them. The ones that I've come in contact with, they want to be homeless and they're drug addicts in the Mayport area of Jacksonville. I can throw out street names if you want me to. I'm not playing. It's ridiculous. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put out wanted posters for my bullies, plaster their face all over parks. This person bullies homeless people, even though they're homeless. Yeah, so he comes up, he's like trying to make small talk. First of all, ladies, you do not owe anybody out here any explanation or conversation or any energy. I'm on live, minding my business with my phone rolling, and this fool comes up trying to act like he was going to start a conversation. First of all, he came up and stood there for a minute and a half, and then I finally swiveled the phone around. I think I even said, oh God, you guys, we got a loony on our hands. You'd have to go back and watch the video. But anyways, he freaking says, so are you from the Mayport area? I'm like, this dude. First of all, I don't talk to strangers. Second of all, I'm on the phone. And that's what I said. I said, I'm on the phone. He saw my camera. He saw himself on my camera. He walked up and he stood there staring at me while I was talking to you guys and brushing my teeth. I'm like this, brushing my teeth, and he's standing right over here. And he's just standing there. And he stood there for, like I said, like a minute to a minute and a half before I swiveled the camera around, and then you can see him come in the frame. And then he's just standing there, staring. So I swiveled the phone back around to me, and that's when shit went down. He's like, it's weird. First of all, he kept saying stuff, and I couldn't understand because he was so drunk. And so I'm already on guard because he's being weird. He's standing there being a voyeur. That's what that is. What have I told you guys about this? This is very dangerous. These perverts just want to come out and look through your car windows because you're easy prey. Yeah, when you're asleep. Can you imagine, girl? Can you imagine knowing that men are hunting you down off the internet, trying to pull up on your car and look through your windows? I've had dozens of interactions. Called them. Like a fucking gopher out there. What's she doing in there? While I'm trying to sleep. Voyeurism is the new crime. Yeah, and the numbers are skyrocketing because of porn. Anyways, I swivel the camera back around and I'm brushing my teeth and I'm minding my business still. And he keeps trying to talk to me, and I'm like, can you go away? Like, please go away. And I'm being nice. I'm being very nice. I could have been like, listen here, you son of a bitch, you drunk bastard. I could have really laid into him, and I didn't. Until he said, it's weird. You're brushing your teeth. It's weird. Yeah, I can tell. You don't even look like you have any. Maybe if you would have found one of these 20 years ago, you'd still have some teeth, homeboy. The audacity. First of all, I live out of a car. You're going to have to brush your teeth out of a car on the ground every day. Just because I have a gym membership does not mean that I want to be in this motherfucker 5 times a day. I come to the gym once to brush my ass. Now they're going to say I have a hairy ass. All that human growth hormone. Um, to wash my ass. I'm not trying to be coming through here 5 times a day. You know what I mean? I don't want to come through here 2 or 3 times a day. And then that pisses the gym off. Listen to me. Yes. Yes. Even though you spend money in a facility, they don't like to see you but once. Yeah. Can you believe that? That's part of the stigma that comes behind van life. The gym doesn't want to have to deal with you. You pay money for a service, and it's not that they're going to have a big attitude, but if you make a habit of being there, I would say longer than an hour a day, they will have a problem with it. It doesn't matter what gym you have. I've had several since we started this, so I would not recommend Planet Fitness. They're the worst. They don't want you on their property at all nowadays. Like most of them, you can't even sleep in the parking lot in the South. So, anyways, the gym. What was I talking about? The gym. ADHD. Sorry, I was watching people come out of the gym. What was I talking about, y'all? Why is my brain... Y'all, I think my sugar's low. I don't have any more pinpricky things. I got to get some more pinpricky things. I'm out. Shit. I think my sugar's low. Probably. I'll be fine. Where's another drink? Oh, you pay money for a service and then people treat you like shit. Like I was saying, you would think that you'd be able to go to like Panera Bread or like Starbucks and plug my computer. You can't do that. They have a closed door policy. That means that if you're not spending money, then you can't go sit there and charge your devices. And they're strict about that shit nowadays because of so many homeless people. The numbers for 2024 were astronomical, the largest that we've ever seen before. We have more people homeless right now than ever before. A little over 1 million. They lied about the numbers. What didn't the Biden administration lie about? I'll wait. They said it was like 700,000 homeless people. They're saying now that it's 6 times that much. So was that 4? We did the math. What did I say just now? Over 1 million? No, it was over 4 million homeless people we have, which is crazy. Absolutely. And it's hard I'm surprised they were even able to get a general census on that because most homeless people don't want to be surveyed. So if those are the ones that admitted that they were homeless and got surveyed, how many more are there that are on drugs that we don't know about? I think it's much worse than what people realize. I think people want to ignore it, and I get that. It ain't nobody's problem but, these homeless people's. But at the same time, what if this snowballs? What if something wanted to happen and more of us fell into that situation? We don't have resources for the people that we have struggling. It just worries me about the future of this country. I think that Trump and Elon are doing a great job. I have faith in Trump. I really do. If what he's trying to do works, if he's able to pull off this magic trick, it might be one of the most monumental positive economic changes that we've seen. So let's just hope that it works. It sounds like things might look up eventually. I know I can't make it through 4 more years of this stuff. The gopher impression. Don't those go like this though? I don't even know if I know what a gopher. Aren't the gophers the one they're real quick and they look like they be on the Lion King and they are those prairie dogs? Look, let me look. That's what he looked like. I startled him when I jerked the curtain back and I was like, what the fuck? The guy stumbled backwards and ran off half-ass backwards and spun around and ran into Best Buy. Imagine you hear something, you're asleep. I don't know, not dead. You're asleep, and you're woken up first thing in the morning by something moving outside your car, and it sounds like feet. So you look out the window, and this son of a bitch is out there like this, trying to see through your window. It was a curtain. I have curtains back there. So I moved the curtain out of the way. It's kind of messed up right now. I usually fix them when I go to bed. I have a process to lock them in there so that you can't see through the cracks. Yeah, I said, what in the hell? I said, what the fuck? He might have worked for Best Buy and was wondering if I was okay or something. I don't know. I don't know. I just have so many of these instances, you never can be sure, you know? You can never be sure. Whack-a-mole. That was a fun game. That was a fun game. Gopher. What's a gopher? Oh my god, my phone won't let me. This is what I'm saying. How do these phones... Gopher? It's an animal. Oh god, he's ugly as hell. He looks like a beaver. That is not what I had in mind. But no, he did kind of look like that. Look at him big old buck teeth. Oh, he's like a mix between a squirrel and a beaver. He's like a squeaver. What is that thing? I think it's a prairie dog. Prairie dog? Yeah, no, they don't. They don't care as long as you stay out of sight. And that's what I've been trying to explain to people. It's like there's so much stigma that comes behind being homeless, and it makes people feel uncomfortable when you even mention that you're homeless. It's so weird. Like, when I tell people that, I'm telling them that for probably a legal reason, like my insurance company or my truck people. I'm like, yeah, I'm living out of the car. This is my car. I'm not telling you I'm homeless to get your pity. I'm telling you that I'm homeless so that you understand why I'm operating like I am. You know what I mean? And then if you say it to some people, they act like you said like dirty words in public. They're like, "Oh god." You know, like, you ever have people like clutch their pearls when you tell them that clutch their pearls whenever you tell them that they're... I mean, you can literally see people revolt. I see it every time I tell somebody that I'm homeless. It's like they think the worst. It's like, wait a second, I'm kind of homeless because I refuse to continue to get sexually abused, but I guess if you want to say I'm on methamphetamines and that makes you feel better, then whatever you need to lie and tell yourself at night. Audacity. I got clean before I ever become homeless. I've been clean for 5 years. I've only been homeless for like 2. So I was clean for 3 years before I moved into this car. I don't think a lot of people realize that. I think a lot of people think that I was doing drugs, and that because I've been honest about my drug history, because I want to help people that want to be clean. I want to be honest about what helped me. That information is imperative. Very necessary. And it's not handed out enough. But I think a lot of people have the misconception that I live in a car because I do drugs. I live in a car because the car's $1,000 alone, and then another 1,000 for gas. That's 2,000 a month, and I can't find work. How would I afford an apartment? I don't have 8 to 10 grand to move in somewhere, and I'm actually comfortable in here, but the stress is just paying the bill on it, not being able to find work. And then you get monetized on YouTube, and you think you're going to make some money, and you do until you get arrested, and then you get out of jail, the algorithm's all messed up, and you ain't made money since. I think my biggest check was $500, which is good money, but it's still $200 shy of my truck payment. So it's just... I don't know. I think it's just, I do think that going to jail messed my whole channel up. Because I was on an upwards trajectory until that situation. And I have like screenshots of this. You can see my pay went from $1,300 to like $300 overnight. Overnight. So, and it's never recovered. My numbers have never recovered. And matter of fact, my pay has been lowered. And it just messed everything up. And it was definitely intentional. I mean, those ladies come in there that day with an axe to grind because I knew that they were doing drugs. See, one of the employees that worked at Planet Fitness asked for my phone number. It was a guy. And I initially said no, and then later on I changed my mind because I was desperate. I already knew he was too young for me, you know what I mean? But I was like, well, let me hear him out. Maybe he's mature for his age. He wasn't even 25 years old. So then we start texting, and I notice immediately he's incapable of communicating, incapable of holding an adult conversation, incapable of being real. You know, it's just young. Okay. And I left town. We went to West Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. All of this is recorded. All of that I'm talking about, it's all back in the back. We went to West Virginia. We tried working at a club. It was a disaster. It was a. This sounds like a movie as I'm saying it. We go to West Virginia, right? We go to strip at Southern Exposure. The clubs are being ran by a biker gang, the Pagans. The Pagans just so happen to produce and manufacture and sell all of the methamphetamine in West Virginia. So I am working in a strip club for a biker gang that manufactures methamphetamine. I had to get the fuck out of there, okay? This is why I can't strip no more. This is why I can't strip no more. I can't even be calm during a wildfire. You want me to be calm about in an organized crime family as they're doing meth? I'm sorry. You don't know me very well. I had to get the fuck out of there. I was like, this is unbelievable. What have I stumbled upon here? My whole life has been like this. I just walk in the door and it's the wildest shit going on. I'm like, the manager was bragging about being the Pagans. And you know what he told me? He said, when the biker gang comes in here, whatever they tell you to do, you do it without any questions. I said, oh shit, I am in deep shit. These motherfuckers gonna kill me and leave my body in a fucking ravine. I never went back. They blew me up for months. You know I still get text messages from that place. No, thank you. You had me at goodbye. You didn't have me. You lost me at telling me that I gotta do whatever this fucking biker gang says. First of all, you don't know who the fuck I am. I'll fight you and every one of them motherfucking bikers. I will go out in a blaze of glory and gladly lose my life standing for what I fucking stand for. I'll bite all your dicks off. Weirdos. Meth is not something to play with. Okay? Them boys that get on that shit are weird. I've talked about violent crimes and how methamphetamine contribute to sexual violent crimes. Stay away from that shit. And anybody that's fucking with that meth is extremely dangerous. So yeah, so then we come back from West Virginia and the biker gang. I'm a hot mess express. I barely got any money. Oh, and then I got stalked in West Virginia. There was people showing up. I've talked about it then, and people called me crazy. There was literal biker gangs showing up and driving around my truck at random times while I was in Virginia. It got to the point to where I had to leave because it was so bad. So the clubs want me to stay, but I'm being stalked. And then I find out the club is being ran by the Pagans motorcycle gang, which allegedly is one of the most dangerous ones in the United States right now. And we did a whole talk at 2 on that on the ride back from West Virginia. I was like, oh my God, you guys, I did not know all this information. Like, I dug in to the history of the Pagans. We talked about the history of the clubs in West Virginia. We covered everything. It's crazy. It's absolutely wild. I didn't know the world was like this, y'all. Like, I really didn't. I thought that when I grew up, things would get better. Imagine being a child thinking that when you grow up, your life will get better. And then you're an adult and you're like, what the fuck? I'm trapped here. I thought things were gonna get better when I grew up. Like, my childhood was so rough. Can I not enjoy adulthood a little bit, you know? So then we get back from West Virginia and I walk into the gym. And I've been gone for a couple of days, you know? And one of the workers, which is one of the workers that I would have to deal with in court, she comes walking up to me, hi. And see, the great thing about telling the truth is you don't have to worry about being sued. You don't have to worry about going to jail when you're telling the truth. This worker walks up to me and she's like, hey, can I ask you a question? She was high as fuck. Now, whether it was pills, whether it was morphine, whether it was Suboxone, whether it was heroin, whatever it was a suppressant. It could have been Xanax. She was high as fuck. And she says, do you live out of your car? And I said, yeah, why? What's up? I'm trying to get in the shower. I'm like moving shit around. I'm putting my towel up. I'm pulling my clean clothes out of my gym bag. I got my shampoo and conditioner on standby. I've been in West Virginia. Then had this long car ride back. I'm ready to shower and go to bed. And this bitch is high in front of me. And this is at the same time that I've been looking for work for a year. I've spent every penny that I had going to job interviews, to the point that I burnt myself out, spiraled, had a meltdown, and then gave up on looking for jobs for a week, and then I'd start over again. I did this for a year and a half. So I have no job. I'm living out of a car. I just left some shitty strip club where they were probably trying to sell me for meth. And this bitch who has a job, has custody of her kid, lives in a home, has a husband, she is high in my face right now with a job. Like, the irony of the fucking situation is just baffling to me. Baffling. I said, yeah, I live out of my car. Probably gonna do that for a while. Rent's ridiculous. Like, tell me you don't have any concept of money without telling me. So what, you work a whole job at Planet Fitness so you can just afford your drugs? Probably. The fact that she didn't have a license or a car, but she had a son, but her husband has to chauffeur her around. Ma'am, you have a job. Why can't you get a car? Y'all have kids. What are you doing? But you're over here telling me, while you're high, that I need a home. I think you need a fucking rehab. The audacity. So this is why I went to jail. You're hearing why I went to jail. And you're probably seeing it too. But this is why I went to jail. Because I knew things about these people. And at the same time, I was suing the fucking Carpinos, which was a restaurant in this very town that I got a job at, and the owners tried to sleep with me and make me prostitute. And at the time, I really thought that the Carpinos had something to do with me getting arrested, because I was suing them. Remember that? And I was so unsure of everything at the time, because you can't trust anybody. You really can't. And that was crazy. That was crazy. So then this guy that asked for my number, which is this bitch's co-worker, okay, they both work at Planet Fitness. The next day, after this bitch got out of my face that was high, telling me I need a home, but she needs damn mental help. The next day I texted him to test him. I said, all right, one of two things. He's either going to be honest, or he's going to lie because he's complicit. So I said, hey, did you know your coworker was high here yesterday? No, I said, hey, I just wanted to check in. And I said, I know this might be so random, but I just want to make sure that you don't do drugs like your coworker. Something to that effect. And he's like, oh, who was on drugs? And I knew one of two things, because I'd seen her before, and I'd had my suspicions about her being high because she looks like a junkie. Listen, some people have that look for a reason. So I knew that he was either going to cover for her because he was doing drugs too, or he simply was just innocent and did not realize that she was on drugs. But I think that he knew. When you're working with somebody like that every day, like, I don't know if y'all have ever had a coworker that was on drugs. You have to pick up their slack, especially if you're in the restaurant industry and you're waiting tables. Like, honey, I've walked into the kitchen and saw the waitress bent in half like a toaster strudel. You know what I mean? Like, girl, get out the floor. We got customers out here, and she's high on pills. So now I'm having to take her drink orders because she's high on pills, throwing up in a trash can in the kitchen. If you've ever had to work with people that had drug problems, you know that the people that have drug problems, you're going to have to pick up their slack. So, in my opinion, he absolutely knew she was into drugs. Because he had been working there long enough to know what the deal was. There was times I'd walk up to the front counter and she looked half asleep standing there right beside him. And honestly, I didn't think much of it because it ain't my fucking business. Everybody out here, most people act like they own something. So I just mind my business unless you fuck with me. Now, if you come to my face asking me why I don't live in a house, telling me I need a house when you're actively high, it's going to activate something in me that I might not be able to control. And I'm going to turn into Sherlock Holmes. So I asked this boy if he got involved in that stuff. And he's like, no, and she doesn't either. The moment he said that, I was like, man, this motherfucker is fake. He's fake. Like, listen, if you can't talk to your person that you're interested about other people together, then what's the point? That's the one person you're supposed to be able to share everything with. So I have no doubt that after I texted this boy that I knew about his coworker being on drugs, that's when the ball started rolling. And then the whole Planet Fitness. It was not even a week later. It was a few days later I was in jail. And I remember I blew him off too. Like, I stopped texting him after that. I completely blocked him, and I'd speak to him at the gym. Hey, bye. And then it was later in the week. I think I was arrested like Sunday night or something. So that argument went down in Planet Fitness, I think like a Thursday or Friday maybe. I think it was a Friday. And then the following night or something like that. So it was literally within a week span of time that I confronted him about his coworker on drugs. And then me and the manager was arguing in there. And the crazy part is when the judge and the attorney saw the surveillance footage, the first thing they said was, you don't look angry at all. What happened? I said, I wasn't. I said, I was literally smiling and laughing because it was so preposterous. I said, there's no rule stating that I can't film myself on the gym floor. There is people here on YouTube that have whole channels devoted to nothing but Planet Fitness. Their whole channel is fitness. And it is, every time they film, it's in a Planet Fitness. So it's like crazy how society will manipulate the truth to make themselves feel better. They're doing the same thing right now with Carmelo Anthony. Ain't it crazy? And that's what I'm always talking about. How can two people see the same video and see things so differently? We saw the same thing. People lie to themselves. They really do. And then they expect you to feed into their damn delusions. They really do. It's wild. So anyways, I have no doubt. And I told y'all before we left for West Virginia, there was all those homeless people. Remember the lady that used to sit on the curb in the McDonald's parking lot? She sat there for like years. I'm not exaggerating. She's been there for years, sitting in the same spot. She never gets up, never goes anywhere. Like, I don't know how she used the bathroom. You barely see her eat. People stop and give her food. When I went to West Virginia, there was lots of homeless people in the area. Matter of fact, there was one homeless guy that had been sleeping on the porch of Planet Fitness. Remember that? I left him a bag of food. Remember that? So they had a homeless problem in Eden when I left for West Virginia. When I come back, they had done locked all them homeless people up. They were cleaning up the streets for the election. This was last year, right before November. It was in the middle of October. Me going to jail was a byproduct of that. I have no doubt. It didn't help that I'm telling everybody secrets like the Carpinos and now all these junkies at the gym. And I'm not really good at keeping my mouth closed when it's matters of, what's the word, morality? Morals? I'm not good at keeping my mouth closed. If you're doing some shitty shit, I'm going to say something. I'm going to tell the whole world. He's a piece of shit. He cheated on his wife. Girl, gave her herpes. I'm telling the world because you shouldn't be behaving like that. You deserve to be shamed for treating your wife or whoever like that. You know what I mean? You deserve to be shamed. Let's bring back shame. I was absolutely wrong for getting in that fight at 18 years old. Those girls did not deserve to be stabbed. But as I've said, I think that we all three realized that it was a stupid teenage fight. But that is not my nature to behave that way. I don't want to be mean to anybody. I don't want to harm anybody. I've had to do that to survive. I had to do that because I thought that I should be loyal to everybody. And so I used to go hard for people that I loved. If we were out somewhere and somebody disrespected you and put their hands on you, oh, I was going to whoop their ass. Did it several times. Hell, I was dating a guy, my son's father. We went out and I fought the girl and then I fought the guy. Swear to God. That was a great night. I drop kicked his ass off the side of a brick wall. Swear to God. Oh, it was good. I was like maybe 20, 21. It was wild. We used to have a good time. Bar fights. I don't do that shit now. I don't want to go anywhere where there might be a bar fight. I got to go, you know. Y'all acting too crazy. Ain't nobody got no bond money. We all broke. Why y'all arguing? Shut the fuck up and take a shot. Like, I'm trying to have a good time now, you know. I was 20. That was 20 years ago. I think most of us that grew up in the 90s, early 2000s, 80s, most of us was a little wild when we went out, okay? Everybody go out on Friday night. We was pre-gaming at the house. We half drunk before we even leave the house. By the time we get to the bar, everybody's grouchy, trying to fight somebody. Is that what it was? We drank too much at the house before we got to the bar. That's exactly what it was. Don't start drinking until you get to the bar. And then don't overdo it. But I think that's what it was. All that Mad Dog 40-40, 20-20 we had before we left the house. We were ready to damn kill everybody at the bar. That's funny. We do need to bring back shame publicly. I feel like if you do shitty shit, your picture should be blasted. There is a lot of hoes out here. I agree. It's unbelievable the way these young girls act. It's disturbing. And then it causes people to come to my channel and try to over sexualize me, and then they don't know what to think when they get their feelings hurt. It's like, whoa, wait a second. I said don't be a pervert. I don't even think most of them know that they're being perverted. I think they think that it's normal. That's the scariest part. Imagine telling somebody no and they're like, oh, yay. Like, what? There's literal laws against stalking. Leave me alone. You know what I mean? And that's another thing. It's like when you're doing good and you're living in the Lord's light, the Satan is always going to pull up and act like we don't all have a past. You know, the thing about me though is that when I danced, the strip clubs were not full of prostitutes. That's the difference. That's why I left. The reason I left dancing was because during COVID, the clubs switched to implementing prostitution and allowing the girls to sleep with customers in the club. It's gross. I'm not standing for that shit because once again, I have something to offer other than that. I was a lovely dancer, theatrical performer, could do extremely difficult, complex pole work, and it's crazy that I can't go showcase that. Let me tell you something. These bitches in these clubs nowadays, they don't even know how to dance. Imagine walking into the Cheetah Club of Charleston and being the only girl out of 60 that actually know how to dance. Every club, the Cheetah Club of Raleigh that they just built, there was 2 girls in the entire club that knew how to dance. These girls don't go there to dance. They go there to suck and fuck. It's disgusting. Mad Dog 2020. Yeah, for real. Or the Johnny Bootleggers, you remember those? I drank 2 of those before we left for the bar, you know? Like, that's why we were all fighting, because we was way too drunk off of Mad Dog and Johnny Bootleggers. Yeah, no. I think a lot of people got in bar fights. I don't know, maybe not. We were kind of wild. The South is wild. The South is wild. I mean, Snooki got punched in the face by a whole man in the bar. Remember that? That grown man punched Snooki on Jersey Shore in the face. That's when they really accepted her, when she took that hit to the mouth. Nobody in the house liked Snooki until she took a hit to the face, and then all of a sudden, all of like the bros become her bros, man, real quick. They were like, "What the fuck, you hitting a girl?" And didn't Jenny beat the guy up? I think Jenny did. I think Jenny like 2-pieced him upside the head. I could be wrong. That might have been a different fight. Jenny used to go to bat for everybody. Real recognize real. You remember how Jenny rolled up on the situation and popped him upside the head? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Where's that card? I miss those days. I wish we could pay for a subscription to walk around. No, I'm joking. Punching our enemies. Kinda not, though. I wish I could get by with whooping somebody's ass once or twice. What is going on? Oh, here we go. Brother from another mother. It's crazy. Yeah, I miss those days. It was a lot easier. People actually minded their business more, and there was a different level of respect. I wish we could go back to that. I don't think it'll ever be the same. People are too self-centered. They're too focused on what they want, what they need. They're not paying attention. That's why people don't. I mean, look at the elderly population. They just put them in a home and forget about their parents. It really sucks because somebody like me that doesn't have parents, it's like, damn, I wish I had parents. And then the people that got parents, they don't even love their parents. You know? They act like they're a burden and they're waiting for them to die so they can inherit their home. I wish my mama was alive so I could buy her a house. Like, what is going on right now? Call me crazy, but I just feel like humans have completely fallen away from compassion and empathy and what's important. You got somebody like me always looking from the outside in. The world is on a straight, narrow path to hell. We're already here. I mean, we're at the gates of hell. We have been for a long time. This world is just so polluted in so many ways other than, human pollution. I mean, it's just polluted at its core. It's like the soul of the earth is rotted. It's not the soul of the earth. It's the soul of humanity. Humanity is just rotten. The days of Noah. Maybe. I might have some Cherokee in me. My grandma did. I mean, if my grandma did, then that means I did. But I haven't done a DNA test. I want to. I wonder why I tan so well. I do tan pretty well. And it's a weird color, too. It's like a burnt. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to do a DNA test probably for my birthday. I already said that. I've already looked it up online. It's like $40. I can order it, and then I'll have to spit in a cup and then mail it off. And then in a few weeks, I'll be able to, like, set up an account and go online and see, like, my genealogy. And it'll be able to link, like, family members that I've never met, which was the main goal. Yeah. I don't think I ever told y'all. Do y'all remember when I looked up my biological father's mother? And I told y'all that her name was Gloria, and I was looking for her, and I didn't know if she was still alive. I had a bunch of phone numbers that I'd wrote down, like some of the old numbers through some search engine. I'd paid for a subscription to, like, Truth Finder. You can actually get tons of information from that thing, by the way. Tons. Maybe I should send them an email and see if they'll sponsor me. I've never tried to do that. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Am I supposed to email them and say, hey, I'm a creator. I've used Truth Finder before, and I absolutely love it. I'm a small channel with 50,000 followers. I was wondering if you'd sponsor a video. Is that how you do it, Critter? Do you know? Is that how I should do it? But seriously, I should send them an email because I really did love using their service, and you find a lot of information about people. So I'd gotten that, and I started digging for family members' names that I could remember. I haven't seen my biological father's side of the family since I was like 6. Oh, I was 9. It's when he was sentenced in court. He got 7 to 11 months in jail, and that was the last time I saw him was in Wilmington. He got sentenced in court. But his mother and his father, my grandpa Lonnie and my grandma Gloria, my grandpa Lonnie died when I was 6. He shot and killed himself. So sad. He was an alcoholic, probably why my father was an alcoholic. And my dad's mother, she was so good to me. She loved me so much. I missed her so much. It really sucked when the courts wouldn't let me see that side of the family, but since he only got like a little bit of time, it was somewhere between 7 and 11 months in prison. Since he only got a little bit of time, they knew that, I guess the Department of Social Services knew that my grandmother, Gloria, would probably have me around my father, so they would not let me see her either, and my mother was absolutely against it from the start, and at this time, my mother was with my stepfather who would raise me. So, I don't know, it was a crazy dynamic And I miss her greatly, but I called those numbers and I didn't get no answer on any of those numbers. Some of them were even out of order. So I don't know if she's alive. I mean, if she was alive, she would be like 80 years old, approximately. I don't know. Email it and find out. Yeah, I don't know how to do brands deals. That's something I was thinking about the other day. I need, see, how am I supposed to learn all of these things when I don't get rest because I'm out here getting bullied all the time and everything's just falling apart? It's like I want to do things. I want to make members only content. I want to learn how to do all this stuff, and I can't even do it because everything that's going on, everything's just so hectic. And another thing, it's really hard to find information that should be like readily available for new content creators anyway. There should be a whole website for me to go to and get all of this information just like handed to me. Hold on. Can content creators email for a brands deal? Yes, content creators can often do email brands to pitch for collaborations and brands deals. Oh, that's even better. Dude, I can come up with a whole business plan in like 30 minutes. What do you mean, brand? So, to pit a pitch. I know exactly what that is. I'm actually good at negotiations too. So I would go to them and be like, I'm doing this wonderful video on blah, 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 something with Truth Finder. So anything that could relate to Truth Finder, like maybe I'm doing a story on how a woman found out that she was married to a man that had a family in another town and she didn't know it, and she knew something was up, so she used Truth Finder, and that's how she found out he was cheating. You know what I mean? Something like that. But you would go to them with a pitch saying, hey, I'm going to do this video. I would love for you to sponsor it. I love your product. Blah, 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 blah. And then you gotta, they would give you X amount of dollars. I think it starts at like just a few $100. And, if you're somebody like Michael Jordan, or I don't know, here's somebody like Bad Bunny, they'll pay you 50, 60, hundreds of thousands of dollars for brand content. That's how NBA players really make the money, is through brand deals. Like Kanye's Yeezys, he made almost billions, right, from that. So anyways, or millions. But yeah, content creators, you're gonna only see like maybe $100, $200. I've seen some that are really low, and I'm just like, whoa, that's crazy. But I didn't know if I could email them. But I'm glad that it said a pitch. So I would need to somehow implement something, whoever I'm asking for. Like, say it's Atkins. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to use your Atkins in my oatmeal this morning and fancy it up for a video. Sponsor me, please. You got to give them a pitch. Like, I guess you would kind of tell them what you were expecting as well. Maybe not like financial. I wouldn't say anything financial the first email, but like, I don't know. I think that that's complex. It is. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. That online stuff is difficult. Oh. Yeah, she was a sweet woman. I don't know where she's at, or if she's even alive, or you know, um it's giving car life. I am in a car. I am car lifing it up. I wonder if they got new Tina beds in there. I haven't been using them. Content creators can send email pitches to brands outlining their value proposition. Brooke. Showcasing their audience engagement and proposing collaboration ideas. Brands often have contact information on their website, social media profiles on their about pages. Oh God. There's a Reddit forum. Somebody said, this was 2 months ago. Oh God, listen to this. This was 2 months ago. Why do brands not reach out to creators? Probably because there's more creators than they have time to deal with, homie. He says, hi there, I'm a creator, artist known for giving out drawings to random people in my community of Halifax, Canada, with 75,000 followers on TikTok, 50,000 on Instagram, and 20,000 on Facebook. I go by Slick Skills. I've been in touch with other creators with way more followers than myself and ones with less, and many of us are the ones that have to reach out to brands instead of the other way around. So the job market has changed. The job market has changed. That's why this has changed. That's crazy. That's so crazy. So there's more creators than they can deal with. They're not even wasting their time because they know creators are going to get desperate for the money because the money's not rolling in. You don't make money off of fucking views. It's damn near impossible. I make $2 off of a damn $40,000, 40,000 views. You make $2, which is crazy. So they know that creators are going to get desperate enough to make money that they'll start coming to them. So they stopped reaching out. It's the same thing that happened in the job market. There's a mass quantity of employees and a lack of positions, so they can be picky as hell. And that same theory applies to this. They can be picky about who they do brands content with. Jesus is on the way. I wonder why. I noticed that too. When I lived out of a car and I was working at the restaurant, the cops gave me a harder time than they do now. It's almost like they want to keep you homeless living out of a car. They cause problems. Sorry. So he says, and 0.1% of the time a brand will get back to us to set things up. So he's saying it's really hard to get contracts right now or whatever brands deals. My main question is, why aren't brands reaching out to creators via direct messaging or email? Whenever I hear of someone landing a brand deal, it was because that person sent out thousands of messages and emails out to brands and finally got a response. Not one brand deal was from a brand reaching out to them. What's the main reasons brand deals aren't getting in touch with creators? Because they have more creators than they need. Is there only so much funding? There's only so much money within the budget to pay one number of creators for partnerships. I've carried a huge engagement rate for years with millions of views, but even with thousands of calls and emails, I've yet to land that brand deal. I gave up in the end, but I'd like to give it another go if there's any brands interested, blah, 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 blah. Let's see what the people say. Somebody said I work in influencer marketing, and 99% of the creators I work with were found and contacted by me on behalf of the brand. Rarely ever do I work with a creator who has contacted me and the brand. Damn, I wish there were more brands reaching out to people like myself and my creator friends, but that's interesting to hear. Oh, so it looks like these companies do have a budget to stay within when they are when they're doing brand deals. I know how you feel, buddy. You're putting in all that work, you ain't making no money. Poor thing. I'm trying to find out more information. I don't really say. It doesn't say. Anyways, that sucks. Hmm. I don't know. I just feel like there needs to be more, explanation or rhyme or reason with like when people open the content, like the channel, they should have more guidance. There's nobody to even talk to at YouTube. There's no number. Oh, you walk them puppies. Oh, goodbye. Is it Antonoli? On Why am I so dumb? God, can you make me smarter? Because I can't try no harder. Bye, Bar. To Italy. When you have to just make up a name because you're so dumb you can't. Listen, I can't enunciate. I still think that, listen, unpopular opinion, I still think that Elon threw up that salute intentionally. I think he was, because they said he was like, they bashed him for years, and they said that he was this horrible guy, and then finally Trump wins the election, and so he goes up there and he does that kind of he was being petty, in my opinion. I don't know. It still looks like it to me. The way he throws his body into it and grits his jaws, it felt like there was some anger there. Like he's like, ha ha, look, I'll do this, and y'all be talking about me tomorrow still. I mean, I can't be mad at him if it was intentional, because that's the type of person I am. I would do the exact same thing. 100%. You want to make me out to be the bad guy, and then I'm out here trying to help you help yourself? When I finally make it to the top, I'm going to do some petty shit like that to show you, like, oh, you said I was this horrible person, and look how all these horrible things I did. Because that's what he was really saying. If he did it intentionally, he would be mocking the left for saying all of these evil, vile things about him for the past forever. And I get why he would want to do that. It was being petty, like, oh, like, N-word Germany, like, kind of like in your face, like, do you get what I'm saying? It was weird. And he does have a little bit of the tism, I do believe, and I do too. I just dived under my dash a while ago because I thought I waved at some guy by accident. I'm a little weird too, okay? So I get it. But I do feel like he was, they said he was a white S word, and he was, bent, and they said that he was going to do all these horrible things if he helped Trump, and he's done none of that. He's cleaned house. He's done what he's supposed to do. I don't quite understand business, so I've been keeping my mouth shut more about that. It looks a little sketchy from the surface, but clearly he's going to be backing away, and no damage was done. He actually cleaned up everything, discovered things. He gave us answers, explanations as to where money went. So to me, he's done a good job. But his personal choices are questionable. But I digress, and we like Elon over here. It's just that I do think that was intentional. Still to this day, I went back and was watching the video this morning when I couldn't sleep, and it's very, in my opinion, blatant that he leaned into that action and even gritted his teeth while making a facial expression and really tapping in on his chest. So I could see that anger. And I'm sure, could you imagine if somebody was, look, this is what I say all the time. Look at how people come at me. I can only imagine if I was an actual superstar or somebody important, how people would be coming at your throat trying to destroy you. Anytime you're doing anything productive and successful, there's always going to be people out here trying to destroy you and prevent you from being successful. So when you get to that level of infamy where he's at, I mean, he's Rocket Man. He's going to go down in history by far as one of the greatest people in the 20th and 21st century. There's no debate in that. When we think about the greats that we've had, it's like Einstein, Elon. Like, really? Tell me another name. It's like we took a break, in our geniuses. Those are the last two I can think of. Newton, Tesla, but for real, it's like he's going to go down in history. So there's people after him, and they try to destroy him, and they made him out to be this horrible person because he's made mistakes, and he's been a horrible person in the past, and he's done bad things, but we're all human and we've all sinned. He hasn't really done anything, in my opinion, that's not reformable or fixable or anything like that. But, they wanted to destroy him, and they made him out to be this horrible R word. And I still think that he was doing it like Like, look at me now. Like, what are you going to say now? I'll do this right up here, and you still ain't going to be able to do shit. And that's what happened. That's what happened. The whole world was like, what the hell, Elon? And Elon's just over there like, oh, they tripping. He was gaslighting the whole world. He's like, no, that's not what that was. Listen, I ain't mad at him. Well played. Well played. Listen, I do think that it was an act of, what do they call that? An act of defiance. There you go. You know, kind of like in your face. Yeah, somebody left a comment a while ago. That's why I was talking about that. Oh, man. I wonder what time this place closes. I hope it ain't early, because I don't even feel like going in here. Today was shot. Tomorrow we're going to start over, and it's going to be a better day. A better day. I don't know what we're going to do. I mean, honestly, I'm stressed the fuck out now more than ever, but I'm going to do the best that I can. So tonight, it looks like it's going to be like 60 degrees here, so I should sleep good tonight. That's another reason I haven't been sleeping well, is because it's hot. And I don't want to run the truck all night long. It's expensive. And Lord forbid if I, keep running it, something could happen. The last time my AC broke, so I just got that fixed this past summer. It was $1,200. Tomorrow's going to be like 90 degrees, but it'll cool off at night. It looks like it's pretty cool at night in this general area. I guess I'm on the Gulf Coast, did it say? Something like that. Southern Gulf Coast. Is that the Gulf? Wouldn't that be the Gulf, like the Gulf Coast, like, oh, that was, they changed it to the Gulf of America. That's right. Gulf of America. What that means. Am I the only one that don't know what be going on in the chat half the time? I just be like, okay. Whatever you say. I don't be knowing what's going on half the time. I'm like, oh, okay. That's another thing that I've had to get used to is the chat. I'm not really internet savvy. I don't really care to be. I think that it's all fake. I think it's important to leave memories and videos, and I think that it's great that we can document things now through video. How wonderful is that? Imagine being able to have a wedding video from your great-great-grandparents' damn wedding. They couldn't do that back in the day. They were lucky to have a picture, fam. That shit was expensive. And they did it like once a year if they were lucky. Yeah, to be able to keep memories in video form now, it's like such a gift. It really is. Even though I hate technology, I think that's like the only part that I do like. Y'all, I'm about to run. I am. I'm probably about to run. I'm going to finally go in here and get in the gym. I ain't working out, but I'm going to shower and find a comfortable spot for tonight. I need to cut my nails. Get on my nerves. I'm going to find a comfortable spot and relax and maybe try again tomorrow. I wonder if there's any cool spots out here. I don't know. I don't know exactly where I am. I got to look at a map when I get my phone back. You've been playing games on my phone. You know what I mean? You're like the kid in the car. You got games on your phone? I ain't touched my phone in like 2 hours. 3. Going to bed. I need to stop smoking. Stress. So that's what I'm saying. I get those nicotine patches and I get serious about quitting smoking, and now shit's about to go AWire again. And I'm like, well, that's not happening. You know what I mean? I can't quit smoking and get off. I mean, not like this, not with what I'm about to be going through. Now I don't know how I'm going to pay my bills, which is fine, but like, it's nothing I ain't been through before. I swear, it's like every 2 months, we're back in the same spot we were last year this time. It's like, shit. It sucks. It really does. It's like, damn. I mean, and you know, I guess the scariest part is thinking that there's going to come a day where I realize that all the people are the same. That's the scariest part. And I don't think that they are, but good ones are hard to find, that's for sure. It's always the same shit. It's exhausting. But we know, you know when things are going south, and you know when things are not right. So just listen to your gut and just get away from the toxic shit. You deserve that. You deserve to be happy. Anybody that's trying to bring you down is not a friend of yours. Everybody should be trying to lift you up. And I don't care if I was paranoid. Shit. If I ain't hurting nobody, you better damn believe in my delusions too, fool. If I say that this cherry cheesecake is strawberry, you better be like, that was the best damn strawberry cheesecake I ever had, Brooke. You knew what I meant when I said it was strawberry, and you tasted it was cherry. Believe in my delusions with me. You know what I mean? Is that too much to ask? Like, you gotta call me out and be like, Brooke, this isn't strawberry, this is cherry, and piss me off. It pissed me off. Trying to make yourself feel better by damn belittling me because I forgot what kind of damn cheesecake it was. It's that petty bullshit that I'm talking about. I'm just so over it. It's like, wait a second. I thought you liked me. Why are you being mean? You know? But I'm gone. And thanks for hanging out and crying with me. You know, what's a Saturday without a mental health breakdown? What's a Saturday without a screaming fit? Did y'all see my short where that girl is screaming going down the road? As soon as I saw that, I felt so validated. I said, okay, I'm not the only one. So all you people that say that I drive and scream like a crazy lady behind the wheel, I'm not the only one. If you're not screaming, are you turning? Are you turning? Then turn. Are you really driving? Not good. You're not driving good. You're not defensive driving. Yeah, if you're not screaming, turn, we probably couldn't hang out. You don't want to drive with me at the very least, you know? Ride with me. But please pray for me because I don't know what's going to happen now, and this has got me under a lot of new stress, and I'm praying for you guys. It'll all be fine. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Probably nothing worse than I've already been through, if I'm being honest. You know? I hope you have a great day. You and your wife. You and your wife. I hope y'all have a great day. The lies. Man. Bye, y'all.